Juggalo Gathering 2003.
Dear Joe and Joey, and anybody else listening to this, may I have your attention for a few minutes? The BeastMasteR is my name, the North Shore Juggalo, Torleif James. Relax, this track has no strings attached. Compact disc with a list of side effects. Unless, of course, somehow it turns a profit, then you have to sure to sue me for it. Thoughts in my head needed a vehicle. Thoughts in my head barely conceivable. Needles and bins, it's all been a whirlwind. Don't know the ending, so where do I begin? Circa 78, conceived in the blizzard, as prophesied by a Norwegian wizard. 80s and 90s, so desensitizing. Seeing all these guys dropping like flies in the blink of an eye, I felt a change inside. I'm not gonna let this pass me by. I learned from experience, just trying to give a little back. So listen up or get bitch slapped. In 96, when I was 17, the Browse House Easter Sunday wrestling. Tommy B enthusiastically introduced me to a little something something off the Riddle Box L. Curiosity cracked open Carnival doors when Malenko dropped in and out of record stores. But this was nothing in comparison to witnessing a clown show in person. Ninja's vision of heaven in 97. Paradise, that Boston venue, had no clue what we were getting into. Dead center front row and no barricade. And at the end of the show, we ended up on the stage, and the clowns dumped Fago all over us. Walked out of there feeling like $1,000,000. That adrenaline rush, you only know if you know when you make that switch into a full-blown juggalo. Lupos, Avalon, Songus, Palladium. All of a sudden, I couldn't get enough of it. Had to fucking have it if it ran with a hatchet. Every EP and Joker's card I could get. Even hard to find tracks surfacing on the internet. And Shockumentary was wicked ironic, cause we acted like it before we even saw it. I'm not narrow-minded, never felt more alive, and we all survived and chanted. Props to Twisted. Don't even get me started. Batman raps, that's a whole nother seminar. Kid inside of me, sick of reality. Individual with a juggalo family. Tommy B holding down the floor of the scene with the cut rate crew ripping, know what I mean? Distance is nothing, unity means strength. A carnival lifeline of infinite length. In the meantime, we all just enjoying the ride till we twist and spin to the other side. All riled up, anticipating the six. Trying our best to avoid pissing contests. The Mannahatchee gear that you own is irrelevant. All you really need is clown love to represent. Remember this at the merchandise booth. You only got one life and your death is proof. ICP, thank you for the Joker's cars, Lotus Pod, and for this family of ours. We drop everything for our gatherings. No exaggerating, they're fresher than anything. For the show's going down, rain or shine, it's always raining Fago inside. We roll with y'all because we believe the Dark Carnival is forever. Like you said in 17, we're in this together. The carnival gets me high like marijuana, ecstasy, beautiful like Rihanna, diamonds, all up in a piñata. Hit 'em up if you want quick before you're a goner. Think you gotta shine? Take a look at the lives you changed with this carnival surprise. Hell, I gotta shine equally bright. Swear to God, I'm not lying. My shine's damn blinding. Just a matter of time, man. Hear the unveiling straight up gave us goosebumps. And brother, I promise, he didn't trick us. It's justified, 10 years in one song. Inside, I know I knew it all along. In this complex matrix of technology, I don't need my Joker's card spelled out for me. It's time we told you how great you are. Our carnival unity, always top priority.
I'ma be down with the clown till I'm dead in the ground. Look in my crystal ball, it's alright. Sit back, evolve, and I'll be alright. I'm chillin', I'm illin', with my guts all over the ceiling. Home to the monsters, roaming the land. I wanna come home, but you don't understand. Why do we do the things that we do? Wicked rhymes, wicked times, you too. Damn, I wish I could be a ninja. Damn, I wish I could be a ninja. How many souls will fall from the sky? How many souls were wondering why? We know you hit who we are, but even in Shangri-La.
BeastMasteR's back, it's been a long time coming, and I'm fucking wound up, so I'ma hit the ground running. Little controversy, breaking up the monotony of typical and predictable music in our society. We're fucking crazy, it's all in the name. Insane clown posse against the grain. Rapping about death and sex and chicken necks at the edge of our seats, waiting for what's next. The whole Juggalo army, this for Juggalos only. Now I pass the axe to my homie. It's our entertainment with something else to it. You say you're down for life, we're gonna prove it. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Once a ninja, always a ninja. Living life every day like it's Halloween, and I got juggalo posters from the floor to the ceiling. Each and every tour is a seminal performance. The Carnival's karma is enormous. Hundreds of Faygo bottles tossed in the crowd. When we clear out, not a single one to be found. Each one's caught, guzzled, and dumped over our nuggets, and we ride in the street all wet and sticky from it. Gotta love it, part of something larger than ourselves, and the reason behind it is the power inside it. They say I'm young, dumb, and full of cum, but juggalos know where I'm coming from, don't you? Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Once a ninja, always a ninja. Got a bad reputation of being illiterate, fanatical, getting a little belligerent. Juggalos cross-face paint is the freshness. I give a fuck what society makes of it, and that's why juggalos are misunderstood. From every city to suburb, every G in the hood. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And you can play the kid the music, but you can't make him think. I'm not the shit because I listen to ICP. I'm the shit cause I'm me, BeastMasteR. You're not the shit just because you're a scrub, but you're the shit if you got clown love. What up, son? Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Once a ninja, always a ninja. In our world it's hard to differentiate between who's real or fake, even behind the paint. And for some it's a phase and it's sad but true. Fucking fair weather fans, I got 2 words for you. Suck it. If you're down, be proud, quit your bitching. Joe and Joey paid their dues in my opinion, but opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one and everybody thinks everybody else's stinks. ICP never jumped the shark. Making something out of nothing ain't a walk in the park. So if you lower your hatchet and try to save face, you never understood the carnival in the first place. So fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Once a ninja, always a ninja. Land of the brave on the walls of the cave. Look the wraith in the face and don't be afraid. Whether or not you act your age, whether or not you change, maybe you stay the same. Maybe you serve fast food or you're stuck in a cube. You can't escape in the music that you're listening to. You see, ICP's Joker's cards help me dealing with the hand that God dealt me. We need our wicked shit and our juggalo humor. I know you wish you discovered it sooner. Now we're celebrating life well off in the future, together even if just through the computer. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Once a ninja, always a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Once a ninja, always a ninja. Paint your face up like a fucking wicked clown. We juggalos and we throw Faygo. Indifferent if you hate or used to be down. We juggalos and we throw Faygo. A million memories, a story to go with each. We juggalos and we throw Faygo. All the way from Worcester to Gandy Beach. We juggalos and we throw Faygo. Don't judge a book by its cover, you motherfucker. We juggalos and we throw Faygo. We say fuck the world cause we got each other. We juggalos and we throw Faygo. Does it make you nervous? Think we do it on purpose? We juggalos and we throw Faygo. We throw Faygo. We throw Faygo, that's just how we do. Stand next to a juggalo, you're gonna get it on you. Your favorite beverage made for family consumption. We fucking hunk 'em like we're smashing a pumpkin. Give me a crate of Faygo and a parking lot full of juggalos, and I'll show you the party spot. Pop, pop, patella pressure release, and I ain't talking about the carbonation up in this piece. We throw Faygo till we're all soaking. Hours before the venue doors even open. There go the Faygo fairy dropping off cases, stinging the eyes, dripping wet painted faces. Mini gatherings and ICP concerts. I'm a Faygo fiend, they created a monster. It's all about the Faygo, act like you know. Let me hear you if you're still a fucking juggalo. Paint your face up like a fucking wicked clown. We juggalos and we throw Faygo. Indifferent if you hate or used to be down. We juggalos and we throw Fago. A million memories, a story to go with each. Juggalos and we throw Fago. All the way from Worcester to Candy Beach. Juggalos and we throw Fago. Don't judge a book by its cover, you motherfucker. Juggalos and we throw Fago. We say fuck the world cause we got each other. Juggalos and we throw Fago. Doesn't make you nervous, think we do it on purpose. Juggalos and we throw Fago. We throw Fago. We throw Fago cause that shit's fresh when you catch a 2-liter in the pit with the audience. My family, the one that's standing strong behind me when I'm in the front row at a clown show. Every time, every tour, juggalos coming back for more. There's a reason, there's a line out the fucking door. The most eclectic motley crew you ever saw. All for one and one for all in a fucking brawl. Standing tall, knocked down for a bit, but picked right back up. Ninja mosh pit etiquette. Come and get awestruck, the energy's awesome. Our glasses all half full with no fucking bottoms. We throw Fago cause it tastes great. Juggalo shows are off the chain in the Bay State. Maybe through your eyes you think we're all the same when we're going ape shit under the Fago rain. Spider leg heads all decked out with bandanas. Shake a bottle, crack it open and we go bananas. That's what's up, we don't give a fuck. You want a method to the madness? Shit, you're out of luck. Paint your face up like a fucking wicked clown. We juggalos and we throw Fago. Indifferent if you hate or used to be down. We juggalos and we throw Fago. A million memories, a story to go with each. We juggalos and we throw Fago. All the way from Worcester to Candy Beach. We juggalos and we throw Fago. Don't judge a book by its cover, you motherfucker. We juggalos and we throw Fago. We say fuck the world cause we got each other. We juggalos and we throw Fago. Doesn't make you nervous, think we do it on purpose. We juggalos and we throw Fago. There ain't a put down or insult or joke poke fun at that we haven't dealt with or had to combat yet. Juggalo to the bone, out of control. I'm coming home, I'm not alone. And we throw Fago. We throw Fago. We throw Fago. Evoking faith within the path from the get-go. Tackling fear and death so now I can let go. Evoking faith within the path from the get-go. Tackling fear and death. Proud to be a juggler. The year of the lotus, the era of the tempest. There's a buzz in the air like the Boston Hempfest. Wicked and growing like the ground under you and me. Spreading like infection in the days of alchemy. Obscure references and blatant giveaways right under our noses even in the early days. The dark carnival, the mythology, the simplicity, the complexity. The way it all makes so much sense to me and yet somehow cloaked with suspense. You see, it piques my interest, builds my impulse, pulls the string, yeah, there's a reason for everything. Evoking within the path from the get-go. Tackling fear and death, so now I can let go. Evoking within the path from the get-go. Tackling fear and death. Proud to be a judge, dedicated to the butterfly. What's it all about? He just says 17 and can't figure it out. But that was then, this is now. We're still holding it down. All eyes on the underground, some fucking how. Representing family with pride and passion. As if psychopathic, we're World Series champions. The wicked shit, good at pushing our buttons. Constantly cutting edge and keeping it scrubbing. You could be Juggalo OG or newbie. It doesn't really matter if you're down for infinity. You hear me? I say the more the merrier. The more diverse we are, the fucking scarier. Within the path from the get-go. Tackling fear and death, so proud to be a juggalo. Within the path from the get-go. Tackling fear and death, proud to be a juggalo. The overwhelming elation of the live show, the beautiful absurdity of all that Fago. It's the only way to go, but at the end of the day, if it doesn't float your boat, it doesn't matter, hey, juggalo. And absolutely you can go and be cynical, but the dark carnival keeps me invincible. What is a poser, hound dog, or juffalo? Haters and demon faces, is that the way it goes? Unwanted drama needs a Kool-Aid punch. You can't let a rotten apple or two ruin the bunch. And for the rest of us, my juggalo family, close homies and those who barely know me, wet behind the ears or set in your ways. Those down with the clown before they coined the phrase. Some dwell on the negative and thrive on explicit shit. Others find peace of mind within the depths of it. Maybe you're stuck in the middle, making the best of it. Along for the ride and all the twists and turns in it. We all caught on to the same phenomenon. We throw a lotus up and get our wicked on. Evoking faith within the back from the get-go. Juggling fear and death, so proud to be a juggalo. Within the back from the get-go. Juggling fear and death, proud to be a juggalo. Within the back from the get-go. Juggling fear and death, so proud to be a juggalo. Proud to be a juggalo. Within the back from the get-go. Juggalo, juggalo, juggalo. Tackling fear and death. Proud to be a juggalo.
Hey, guess what? I'm Shaggy Kudo, and I'm the other guy. And we want you to remember where to go for the greatest podcast right on Carnival Spirits. It's a YouTube channel, and you'll get right to it.
Hello, creeps. It's me, John Kassir, the voice of the Crypt Keeper. Sending a shout out to the BeastMaster and the Juggalo family at Spirits of the Dark Carnival. And you can find them dead or alive at Carnival Spirits. They're dying to see you there.
Shout out to Carnival Spirits.
Yo, it's your boy Trey Pound. Shout out to the fucking Carnival Spirits up in this bitch, you know what I'm saying? Trey Pound in this bitch, chop chop.
The gathering was peaceful, although one marcher did engage in some extremely ugly hate speech against the Bureau. But who can blame them?
What up, juggalos? Grab my Fago and we'll get this show on the road.
We got BeastMasteR coming up next.
Honestly, this is crazy because I didn't know BeastMasteR rapped like that. I thought it was dope, man. He kind of creates that immersive world, kind of like storytelling universe. It was dope. That's one of the ones you got to sit back and just absorb the message and shit. It was dope. I loved it.
This is BeastMasteR.
Woo!
Carnival Spirits.
With your own eyes?
Son of a bitch. We got Carnival Spirits.
Carnival Spirits. Hey, hey.
Let's
go.
You're watching Carnival Spirits.
Subscribe! Subscribe! Don't say it.
What is good? What is good, juggalos? Oh my God. I forgot to turn the lights on. Good morning, good night, good evening, good afternoon. Happy fucking weekend. It's July 17th, and we're live on Carnival Spirits. Give me one hot second. Three, two, one. All right, what's up, everybody? I'm BeastMasteR, and I am back in the captain's seat, flying this shit. Oh, sorry, we're not in the Millennium Falcon no more. We're in Yum Yum's garden. It's 2022, and we are weeks away from the gathering of the Juggalos. I'm fucking excited. I'm excited about that shit. And, you know, anybody watching, if you're going to be at the gathering as well, I hope to see you there. As you know, there's a podcasting event on the first day of the gathering at high noon in the Shadowlands tent. And that's where Carnival Spirits will be at alongside all the other Juggalo podcasters and YouTubers in attendance. And everyone else is welcome to be there. That is going to be the official Carnival Spirits meetup at the gathering, where we film an episode of the BeastMasteR show live at the gathering. So fucking hype. And yes, we got a lot to talk about today. I would say that today's episode is going to be kind of like Led Zeppelin's Houses of the Holy. Yeah, let's go with that. This is kind of like Houses of the Holy. Why do you ask? I got a reason for that. Because the title of today's episode is Wicked Clown Liquid. Wicked Clown Liquid is, well, it was going to be the main subject of today's episode. But of course, because life is like a game of musical chairs, we've had a bit of change of programming, and Wicked Clown Liquid is probably going to be discussed next week. And ain't that like Led Zeppelin, right? They had a whole fucking album called Houses of the Holy, and the song Houses of the Holy doesn't even appear on it. Yeah, Houses of the Holy as a song is like, it's on the next album. I think it's Physical Graffiti. But anyway, I digress. Wicked Clown Liquid, we're going to get to it when we get to it. And the best part is that I had a long conversation with my good friend, Rippa, who has already been on the BeastMasteR show. Like 10, 11 episodes ago, like half a year ago. Rippo came on here. We talked about a lot of things. And so we had a round two. We pre-recorded a segment for today's episode that I just don't think we're going to need to get to. So we're going to kick that can down the road, and we're gonna discuss other things because there's fucking things happening. There's things happening all over the place. One thing that happened recently is Carnival Spirits got their merch store up in operations yet again. You know, years ago, I don't know, 2017, 2016, maybe it was 2015. We had a few t-shirts out there, and some of y'all are rocking those t-shirts. I thank you for that. We now have several of the original designs re-uploaded or, you know, available again, as well as Lakeland Lunacy classic art, Carnival Spirits merch right now on storefrontier.com/Carnival Spirits, and hook yourself up, you know, treat yourself, grab one for your loved one, you know, get matching Carnival Spirit shirts for the fam, you know, whatever floats your boat. I ordered several shirts with the purpose of bringing them to the gathering and having them available for a couple to sell and a couple to give away. Like, I think I could sell a few, and then at the Carnival Spirits podcasting event, you know, we'll give a few shirts away, and I should have enough where whoever wins gets to pick a shirt of their size. I should have a shirt in their size. And then after that, it's you know, first come, first serve. You feel me? And then of course they're available online. You can get them anytime you want. I don't know how fast the turnaround is. A lot of you guys fuck with Store Frontier a lot more than I do. I mean, I've bought several shirts off of Store Frontier, except I cannot tell you how quickly they arrived. Like, I had some mailbox fuckery recently where my mailbox was vandalized, and you know, so I wasn't getting my mail for a while, and it was an inconvenience because I was expecting important documents. You know that feeling when you're waiting on mail, but you know it's never going to come? I don't know. Some of you guys probably got mailman and milkmen for daddies. But my mail had been piling up in the post office, and you know, my lazy ass wasn't going to the post office every day to check, but I would go periodically, like once every 2 months, and pick up my mail, you know, like a normal human being. I swear to God, I'm spoiled. If Amazon doesn't drop it off at my fucking welcome mat, then I can't be bothered with it. Okay. And it's not like I'm not paying all my bills digitally, anyways, with automatic deposits and whatnot. So mail is kind of like pointless. I get mail that just goes like from the mailman to the mailbox to my hand to the fucking compost, like a fucking water slide. You know what I mean? Mail is so stupid. That being said, I'm going to get a PO box so you guys can send me mail, and then I'll open it on the show. That sounds fun. That's the thing is mail sucks unless it's fucking, you know, fun mail. Mail sucks unless it's fun. You know what? Enough of this toxic masculinity. Let's move on to something else. All right, because I'm just kidding. That was a mail joke. But I do have something to show. Speaking of storefronts here, I recently picked up a shirt from Siren Van Wicked. I said Van. Sorry, Van Halen. Siren Von Wicked was on the show earlier this year, and she is a part of the Crust Cast, the Wicked Babes. Rest in peace to Kuhn, and Crust Cast Creations had me rapping at the gathering last year, which was one of the highlights of my gathering last year, getting to rock that stage or their campsite. So I was very glad to support and pick. And this is going to look weird with the green screen, but fuck it. Let me just check it out anyway. Here it is. Siren Von Wicked with the Crust Cast. The back will look dope. So, and these are available on the different storefronts here. So if you guys want to check out the merch shop, it's available. The links are in all of Carnival Spirit's descriptions, including the one, in the description of this video and all of our social media bios. We have a link tree, and it's the very top link. So check it out. There are more designs to be uploaded. I just don't have enough hours in the day to do it, to upload all the shirts. But little by little, we're uploading them, and then what we'll do is we'll make a fresh ass commercial for it, like Shaggy and the Creep do, because you because it's 2022 and we're leveling up over here. All right. All right, so without further ado, we're going to bring today's mystery special guest on screen and just get right into this shit, because it's late, and I know you guys may low-key wish that this show was shorter, more compact, and but we're gonna be chopping it up, and it's gonna be fucking fresh. What are you saying here? C Plus Studios, what up? KMB the Sexy Ninja. Camp Glitter Dick, 2 whoops. All right. The best way to bring our guest on screen is to find the flyer. Hold on. I still would consider this to be a very ad hoc, thrown together stream. The ideas that I have, the things I want to do are pretty dope. And that is also being kicked down the road, basically until after the gathering. And until then, we're just gonna stay hype about the gathering until we gather. And and I'm gonna do my gathering video before we gather, but we still have 2 more weekends, before vacation time. So my gathering video is going to be on the 30th. I'm waiting until the very last episode to do it, but I'm going to do that way. It's all in one video. I'm not going to parse it out, but that doesn't mean we're not going to talk about it. All right, let's see. We got the flyer. The flyer is it's up, and I already told y'all, Wicked Clown Liquid is not the topic at hand. And that's okay, because we're gonna get into this right now with the one and only. This individual is he's on YouTube. You probably are already subscribed. Last week we talked to Humble Among, and this guy actually teamed up with Humble Among and did a really crazy, fresh, dope video recently. We'll talk about that. This is none other than Stony from the GATHER.NETWORK. And here he is. What is up, brother?
What's up, man? 2 whoops.
Hey, we're live. Nice. All right, Stony in the ha.
In the ha.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
How you doing? How you doing tonight?
We're doing pretty good. Just got off work.
Okay.
Trying to get everything together. But we're good, man.
So yeah, I appreciate you joining me, because this was like a last minute thing. It was, and
Mhm.
and I appreciate your time. You know, because it isn't easy to block out time when you're working and you're planning big things. And we're gathering in a couple weeks, so I'm scatterbrained. I can't imagine where you're at. But we'll talk about it. You know, like what's your deal? You know, you've got a whole YouTube channel
Mhm.
dedicated to the gathering. It's called
That's right.
Gather Network.
Well, it's a little bit. I would say it's a little bit more than the gathering. It's kind of like I'm centralized for sure around the gathering, and pretty much like all major shows like the Juggalo Day and Halloween and shit. Like we're gonna expand
Oh,
on that
dope.
stuff too.
Oh, well, obviously, and hell yeah, you know,
Mhm.
it would be silly not to cover that stuff if you're into that stuff and you have that channel. I mean, I say the same thing about this Wicked Clown Liquid thing I keep talking about. We made a CD 20 years ago and handed it out to people at the gathering, and
Mhm.
then so all these years later, I want to share that with music with people now. So I uploaded it to YouTube. I made a whole YouTube channel for the CD. And then I'm like, well, I got a whole channel now. Let me upload more stuff. Because the CD is made up of like sound bites and snippets and audio clips and interviews, all juggalo shit.
Right.
So I have a whole YouTube channel just dedicated. It's like a throwaway channel, really, but it's a great archive, like a time capsule, you know?
Right.
So let's get into your history, Stoney. I'd love a quick bio. You know, like catch us up on your Juggalo,
Journey.
your Juggalo journey. That's great. Like, how did you discover ICP? And I want to, like, I'm sure everybody wants to know these basic facts, like favorite Joker's card, first concert, yada yada yada. But I
Mhm.
want to know how many gatherings you've been to, and which one was your favorite. Those are my
Okay.
questions.
So this is an easy one. The first gathering that I had or I've been to was last year.
Okay.
Um,
So
I
wait,
made
which one was your favorite though?
the most favorite that I've ever seen has probably been either the 20th anniversary or the 10th, because the 10th was obviously on a DVD, and that was at a point in my life where I was just right out of high school, and so like none of us had really been to the gathering at that point. But when Family Underground came out, we were like, oh fuck, this is a thing, like we've got to do it. And 10 years later, after making excuses, I finally made it happen. So
That's great. And what was it, like your anticipation or your expectation? Was it met? Was it met? Was it exceeded? Like in your opinion, was it like better than you thought, or did you kind of know like this is going to be fresh? I need to be there, and then it was like, yeah, this is exactly what I thought it would be, or was it different than you thought it would be?
it was pretty much exactly what I would picture a gathering to be like. A bunch of us juggalos just getting together and doing wild shit in between shows.
Right.
And from what I've heard, it wasn't like it used to be. From like I've got a couple of old head friends like Wukanda and stuff.
Yep.
Who kind of like educated me on previous gatherings when I was there and like how things were different.
Yeah.
But for a first timer, like last year blew my fucking mind. And I was at that point last year, I was working with Toxic Plague Entertainment as one of their staff members on the show. And so we were at we had TBE camp, and it was really good. I got to see everybody that was pretty much on a bucket list until that point on the stage. And then chilling with juggalos was probably the best part about the gathering. Because I mean, that's 90% of your time is hanging around other people until the show starts.
For real. I agree. The gathering is just a nonstop party. And then it's just a matter of how you organize, how you decompartmentalize and figure out where the party moves, and, meet you here and we got to be there. And, sometimes you miss shit. You can't see everything at the gathering. And unfortunately, especially when they got things booked at the same time in different places that you want,
Yeah, I found that out real quick.
Yeah.
When the timeline came out, and I was like, damn, we're going to do all this shit. And then you get there and you're like, well, fuck, I'd rather party right now. So fuck that,
There's a few moments where, in prior years where there were things that I wanted to see, it was on my plan my outline. I'm like, I want to see this, I want to see that. But then when it came down to it, I was so pooped in the moment. I was like, I just sat down. I can't get up right now. I'm just chilling. You know what? I can hear it. I can hear the band. I don't need to walk over there. I can hear them from where I'm at. So I've been like, it's atmosphere music and like, festival atmosphere music. I mean, that's just a good time, and especially when you're surrounded by good people and it's almost like you're in a little world of its own, like Hobbitville. We police ourselves and for the most part self-sustained.
Well, I mean, definitely on the self-policing part, because like we were, and just like this year, like I'm in the parking lot this year by the 29th, like we're going to be in the parking lot.
Yeah.
So like I'm doing 9 days of gathering this year.
That's fucking awesome.
Well, last year there was a drug dealer in the parking lot who was going around handing flyers for pretty much anything that you wanted. And like she came by our camp and we were like, damn, 100 dude. It was a whole, I think my homie Rick, who's in the chat, he's got a picture of it still, but it was literally everything from Loratab to like methamphetamine. Like, I mean, it was a list, and I had a phone number on it. Well, like 3 hours later, we noticed all these fucking juggalos running to the front. Like it was a train of fucking mad people. And we were like, what the fuck's going on? And apparently the same drug dealer chick got beat up.
Oh no.
Well, that's kind of what happens when you walk into a camp, try to sell meth, I think.
Yeah, no, you got shit on the menu that don't fly.
Right. And so she got beat up and was like, fuck y'all, came back to the gathering parking lot with a gun and then got beat up again. And the cops got involved and the cops told juggalos, they were like, y'all police yourselves and we really don't have an issue with you. So like, I don't know if she got arrested or whatever, but I definitely know that she left. And that's to go along.
On the last day of the gathering, there was some chick who was smoking meth, and I think she had a kid with her. People got pissed. She got kicked out too, I heard. But
don't do meth and have your kids around, I guess. That's kind of stupid. She should have expected that.
I mean, I don't know if she got the meth from her kid or if they were, I don't know.
Bro, if your baby's selling meth, then like teach your baby to sell other things because that's a very smart baby.
Right. You can't sell drugs forever. I mean, backup plans. It's the gathering of dreams. All right. I have some pretty lofty dreams. Sorry for the smooth transition, but you mentioned like, you got to see like bucket list shit. You know what I mean? Did you do any like VIP? Did you get to see ICP at all like that?
Yeah, so I did get a VIP thanks to Plague from TPE over there.
Right on. And shout out to TPE. I've had them on the show. They're great guys. I watch their show sometimes, and I caught some recent episodes where they were talking about the gathering. So, I mean, I love how everyone is so hype about the gathering and they're promoting it. Everybody's like, reviewing the timeline and the announcements and, the clown love is real.
I mean, yeah, I did that on my show. I did like a half-ass fucking breakdown of like what I wanted to see.
It's just fucking awesome because, some people have more insight than others. So if you listen to, if you eavesdrop on the conversation of juggalos talking about some juggalo shit, sometimes you learn some shit. Everybody has something you can teach another motherfucker. And so I've really been enjoying watching everybody's gathering videos. I've been watching everybody's gathering videos, and it's going to be fucking awesome.
The people that don't learn, that's some Jeff shit because like we're all one family and you got to get along and absorb everything that there is to offer. You know what I mean?
I think Humble Among said something. He was like, we were talking about Joe Rogan,
right?
And like I watch Joe Rogan sometimes. Like I used to watch him more, right? But I don't know, when he moved to Spotify, I kind of fell off.
Yeah, he kind of fell off because it wasn't as easily available.
Same thing happened to me with Howard Stern, and I know a lot of people followed Howard Stern to Sirius Radio, but I didn't because I wasn't on that. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's
you had to had a big, rich, fancy car to get like Sirius Radio or whatever.
Back then, I wasn't like I had a car, but I was listening to the fucking radio. When he left, I was like, all right, I guess it's Opie and Anthony now. Like, because I got no choice. Like,
No, but they were good though.
You're
Anyway,
you're an older ninja. You're talking about Sirius Radio. Like, how old are you?
I'm 40 something.
Damn, you're way younger than I thought. Or you're way older than I thought. I thought you were like
yeah,
mid-30s.
but that's the thing is like my first gatherings were 20 years ago, 21 years ago.
Makes sense.
You know, I was a juggalo in college. You know, I was 17 years old when I discovered ICP, like most juggalos. I think maybe at that impressionable age.
I discovered Insane Clown Posse by the age of 7 because my uncle exposed me to the riddle box, and after that, I was fucking hooked.
Look, what I mean is like juggalos my age discovered ICP in their teens. Okay.
Oh, 100%.
Nowadays, motherfuckers have grown up with ICP. Like they've literally parents are juggalos, grown up with ICP. It's when Violent J said it is the end of the world, but it's also the beginning of a brand new juggalo world for us all to enjoy. Like I'm personally enjoying this shit.
Right.
I see everybody having a hard time. I see everybody not getting, not seeing eye to eye, not agreeing, not. I see the haters. I just and I'm very aware of that. It's kind of hard to take people seriously when they talk shit and then show up at the show and have fun again. So I'm just talking about ICP. I get it. There's a whole underground out there, and props to my homies for like influencing me. You know what I mean? Like letting their influence rub off on me, and so I've broadened my my musical perspectives a lot in the past couple of years. I'd say in the past like 3-4 years, because of my homies like Cali Green Too Fresh, Sean Z, Scotty Balls, like all my homies, Panic. They listen to music I don't listen to, so I check it out, and then I've fallen in love with some really fucking music. Like I've been sleeping on music. There's so much music to fucking listen to. So people out there, like, I guess I could understand if you're a new juggalo and you discover it. Oh, you got homework. Oh, you got up to do, and there's a lot. So I give everyone a break. You know what I mean? Like
you have to, dude.
No one is obligated to be a professor of history in the juggalo world, and the juggalos that want to do deep dives, or the juggalos like me that have history, 27 years of memories of juggalo shit.
Right.
Maybe that's why I'm still here on YouTube, because I do enjoy talking about this shit. I have, an opinion, or at least I have some experience under my belt. But at the same time, I'm also a loser with no friends. So I'm just online trying to get endorphin kicks, and, like everybody thumb up the video, like it, share it, leave a comment. Don't fucking leave me hanging here. Like seriously, I'm a regular dude on YouTube like everyone else, but at the same time, I do enjoy like videography, and vlogging in general is all about breaking comfort zones. It's public speaking. I'm just here to fucking better myself.
I'm willing to say like most of us, not all of us, but most of us, like juggalo YouTubers, that was the outlet that we found doing YouTube, was the sense of family that doesn't exist around us. You know what I mean? Like I'm in Oklahoma, and there's juggalos around, but I personally don't know them because they don't live in my area.
Right.
So YouTube has allowed me, just like the Gathering has allowed me to expand upon the people that I give a shit about. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just one of those things. Like, we all got friends and family, but like at the end of the day, blood's not really thicker than water. It's who makes the effort to be in each other's life that really gives a shit. And I really like once you find other juggalos, it's like, and you exchange numbers or like social media information. I don't know really anybody that I've ever met that hasn't blown me back up. You know what I mean? And I don't get that anywhere else in life. So that says a lot for Juggalo family, I think. And I've been down since 1997.
Hell yeah!
So yeah, that gives you a little perspective. I turned 32 day 2 at the Gathering.
Well, then you and me have been down the same amount of time, man. Like it don't matter how old we are, because you know what I mean. Like I was like 97 is when when I first called myself a juggalo. Like because it's not like back in the day when I discovered ICP. I heard it and it was like, oh, I'm a juggalo now. Like that wasn't even a fucking thing. Like I didn't know what a juggalo was. I didn't even know
Right.
ego, like none of that. Right. I just heard the Riddle Box and the music made an impression on me enough to buy it. And then, you know, like over the course of a year, I bumped it. And it was more for shits and giggles. I mean, I was also listening to like let me give you more context for a 40-something-year-old juggalo. When I was a kid, I used to listen to cassette tapes,
Right.
And I used to listen to comedy cassette tapes. So I had like Bill Cosby, Fat Albert, George Carlin, you know,
Any Sam Kinison?
No, I didn't have any Sam Kinison cassettes, but you know what I fucking fell in love with when they came out? The Jerky Boys. The Jerky Boys were the fucking shit. The Jerky Boys like was everything when that, you know, to a kid. Like that because it inspired everything, like Crank Yankers and the puppets, like everything. It all started with the Jerky Boys, man. They were the fucking shit. So obviously comedy and then horror. Let's be honest. This world fucking sucks, and horror is cathartic as fuck. And you know, so like, you know, growing up with shit like Tales from the Crypt, which was funny and gross and horror, and you know, like Steven Spielberg is to blame because that imagination in his movies, E.T., you know, like I'm just saying Steven Spielberg and the aliens and
I mean, he was definitely my first experience into like, holy shit, there's weird stuff in the world that will kill me.
I know I'm random. I just watched Jaws because I watch Jaws every summer. Jaws is one of my favorite movies to watch.
Yeah, Shark Week's a thing, bro.
And you know, Jaws, it's like Halloween before Halloween. You know, it's before we could think of doing it ourselves. We're like scared of something. We're scared of sharks, you know, and like the movie is genius.
Oh, 100%, dude.
All right. So that's the thing. This is the real me leaking out. I'm just a cinephile. I watch movies like crazy. I'm always watching movies, and I kind of am fascinated with like how movies are made. And I kind of like that with music. Like when I listen to music, shit, man, like I love behind the scenes features. I love getting a peek, you know, in studios and, you know, and so ICP's music is literally like, it's everything I love all wrapped into one, you know.
Bro, it's a movie that you listen to. The entire album, no matter what it is a fucking, it's a journey.
Yeah. It's a presentation. Like, it's a presentation. It's got some layers and, you know, it usually
like I remember as a kid, listening to like clown albums, and then you would go listen to other people's shit. I'm like, where's the start and end of this shit? Like ICP was one of the first people in my knowledge that actually like had an intro to an album and then an exit to an album. You know, they doesn't matter what, like I'm more versed on the old deck, like the first deck, because like I'm an old school juggalo. And like every album that you pick up is literally got a beginning and end to it, and no one else does that for a while, in my opinion. And ICP really just, they were like, I was always into reading as a child, and I still read novels and stuff like that. But with ICP, I didn't have to read, you know what I mean? Like it was like an audio book that I didn't even realize existed. Like
well, that was one of the fun parts about ICP is hunting down info or at least picking up on repeated phrases, name drops, you know. And it came to a point where I used to type out ICP lyrics as a hobby. Like I literally have files of and I would color code it. So like the red would be Violent J's parts, and then every once in a while there'd be little blurps of Shaggy, because because at first I couldn't tell their voices apart, you know. But after listening and you know, everyone talks about like the hidden messages and the reverse speaking and stuff. I'm just talking about like what's Del Rey, you know, and what like just like places and names, like, you know, Jump Steady and Tall Jess and
100%. I've grown up and lived in Oklahoma majority of my life. So when you hear about like like Delray and shit like that in like Michigan and Detroit, it becomes like the Holy Land to you.
Yeah.
So
The Mecca. Like Detroit is the Mecca of juggalos when they do Hallowicked, you know?
yeah. So like I grew up hearing about all these different places and like streets. Like I'm gonna butcher the title of this, but like Halloween on Military Street, you know what I'm talking about? So like Military Street was something that has been ingrained into my brain since I was a child. And I was like, when I first heard, I was like, bro, Violent J's fucking blog must be wild as shit. Because they're talking about like all this different stuff. And it's on Military Street and they go back, you know, after trick-or-treating. And it's fucking, you know, his mom's shining up a fucking Glock and shit. And you're just like, damn, dude, Detroit must be fucking wild. Like, thank God I don't live there.
I would say that you know, coming of age and leaving the nest, you know, going to college, living in a dorm, that independence was huge. To be kind of like into ICP at that moment, it felt liberating. You know, I felt like I was into something that was a hidden thing that no one knew about. You know,
yeah, it was like a niche community that no one knew.
Right. And even when it was blowing up, like I watched it blow up, like I saw the difference in attendance. And I think it probably like came to a head around the Wicked Wonka tour. And I only say that because my first ICP show was in 97, you know, and so when we were going to go in 96, like, cause they were coming around, you know, promoting Riddlebox or whatever. And so I'm sorry, I'm just trying to, I don't want to say
you're
it.
Good.
So check this out. They were going to come to, this is my origin story. Like I discover ICP when my best friend plays me the song. It's Easter Sunday in 96, you know? So the next year, Easter Sunday is where our families get together, you know? And so we're hanging out again. And I had bought Riddlebox, you know, after he played it for me a year prior, you know? So now it's, and we're graduating high school, you know? It's Easter right before graduation. So I'm like, I'm having a great time. Like you know what I mean? I'm a fucking senior. I run the school.
Right.
Not really. Actually, I was having like a falling out with my friend group and getting stabbed in the back, you know, girlfriend.
I think we all go through that.
It was like a rough time, and ICP's music was like there for me. It was honestly, that's how it was, you know?
Like I know when Homies came out, like all my friends at that time were quote unquote juggalo. Most of them aren't these days anymore. They never were. But like when Homies came out, like that was the sense of for me as growing up was damn, like the friendship that I have is like everything that ICP talked about. Your homies fucking a bitch in a different room or hitting a bong with you for the first time and shit. Like that really drove home to me the people that are still around, you know, like that's a sense of family, and that kind of kept me going.
I would say that the run that they had from when I discovered them and just everything that they did, like, well, in my opinion, they really never stopped, you know, like we don't have to argue on, you know, when they, you know, peaked or whatever. Like that's not, I don't care because I follow artists well into their golden, 8 years. And, you know, like Ozzy's still putting out music, like fucking awesome. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Ozzy is my dad's age. I look at my dad, I look at Ozzy, and Ozzy looks like Gandalf compared to my dad. Like, so the way you live your life will affect the way you look. My dad
cocaine is hell of a drug.
Yeah, for real. And I'm just, anyways, I'm getting derailed here. What I'm trying to say is like going to clown shows back in the 90s.
I couldn't imagine, bro. I'm very jealous of you.
That shit changed my life. Like going to concerts changed my life. First of all, okay, I'm a concert fiend. You know, I was going to fucking shows in the 90s, and
I can't imagine
the bands that, you know, I didn't go to Woodstock, but I wanted to. only because ICP was on the bill. Like, you know what I mean? When Woodstock came up, I was like, fuck that. I don't care. Then ICP joined it. And I was like, God damn.
Now you do care.
Yeah, I care now. And I was like pissed. I was pissed because I was really down, like so down that, yeah, I've talked about, how I wanted to fly to St. Louis to get the Dumpin' CD as a free gift before the Gathering was even a thing. They were trying to have rendezvous and stuff, and it just didn't work out. But I got one friend who went to Woodstock, from high school, and he knew I was a juggalo. He told me, he came back and told me, he was like, TJ, ICP was the best performance at Woodstock. They were the best. And he had no reason to tell me that, like to blow smoke up my ass. Like he was being honest, And he's not even into ICP like that, but that was his opinion. He said ICP put it down better than anyone. And you know how they did it. Everyone,
bro, that's the only clip from Woodstock 99 that I can even think of that I've even seen is the ICP set.
I really don't even care about any other band that was there. Maybe I did. Maybe I did at the time. Like I liked a couple of the songs, but as far as following bands, I didn't follow bands all but like a handful, and they were all 80s bands because I'm a child of the 80s. So my favorite bands were washed up in the 90s already.
Right.
That's why I'm not worried about ICP right now, because my favorite bands have been washed up before I hit puberty. Like, and I feel blessed that they're still doing it. They want to entertain us, or maybe they want to continue to pay their rent. Like whatever.
Maybe it's true that wicked clowns never die. You know what I mean?
I said it before, and I'll say it again. They're going to ride till the wheels fall off.
100%.
I'm here for it.
We're going to see one of them wheeled out on a wheelchair eventually one of these days, and they're still going to be doing it, and no one's going to give a fuck if they're in a wheelchair or not.
I don't give a fuck, man. It really is bigger than them now. I mean, it's been bigger than them for a while.
Well, it's kind of like like Violent J said. He was like, juggalos, we never invented juggalos. Like juggalos invented themselves and found us, and that speaks for itself. Like they harnessed a group of people which we all belong to, and chose them to fly our banner. You know what I mean? So it's really not on them. I think it's all on us. If we keep going, they're going to keep going.
They have that entrepreneurial spirit that maybe that's lost on people because you don't know the hustle that other people have gone through, and a lot of their story is like I mean, like I love the motherfuckers, so it's always like it sounds like a bias, right? A biased opinion, but I would say they're living legends because while they're still here and doing their thing, no matter how far they fall, from how high they were, you cannot change history. And even back in the 90s when I was discovering ICP, their reputation preceded them in terms of the hustle and the grind and the flyering in parking lots and the we're gonna get our fucking foot in the door by hook or by crook, and we're gonna present ourselves with a kayfabe wrestling, thing that unapologetic and completely like charismatic, like the wrestlers do with their shoot interviews, and they just have this massive so the fact that they were wrestlers too, like it was just perfect,
you got to think too, like up until in recent years, like Jay and Shaggy haven't been really viewed outside of face paint that much ever.
You know what I can't believe? I mean, I can believe it, but it's just fucking funny that Shaggy and the Creep do all these podcasts, these fucking live streams. They are putting out content
like
Shout
twice
out
a week.
To them. I haven't even been able to keep up with them the whole time, but I've been watching this recent season, and they are on their fucking game, man. And my point is that Shaggy paints up every fucking time. Every fucking time. Shaggy must paint his fucking face like 5 days a week.
Was it well, I mean, like what did Jay and Shaggy also both said, like there's like very rare days that they don't even paint up. Like they can not even leave their house, but they're still painted up that entire day.
It's cool to see the content that they throw on social media. It reminds me of like the old Shaggy Show days when internet was rough, and they would just give us these little video clips, and they put them on
Like
ROM.
100%, dude. Like and this is something we were talking about in Discord the other day with a couple homies. Is like name any like musical like group, artist, whatever you want to call it, that has such a in touch relationship with their fan base. You're not going to see that anywhere else. Like they're existing just as like alongside us. It's like, what do y'all want? Okay, well, we have the funds to do it. What do y'all want to do? Okay, cool. That's what we're going to do. Well, we want to do this. Do y'all want to do that? Cool. So we're going to do that shit. Like name any other fucking artist that really has a relationship with the people that are actively listening to them.
I'm sure there are some. I can't name one. I can't think of one. You know?
They don't. In my opinion, they don't matter. Like they just don't matter, because the only thing that really, that's what spawned me to do my YouTube channel and anything else that I kind of do. Juggalo family is everything I live for, man. And that goes with everything at my job, at my home life. Juggalos, we're the shit for a reason. And,
you know, I definitely agree with you. And there's just like when the dust settled, you know, imagine this, you know, when they unveiled the Wraith, okay, Violent J had a he had a comparison, you know, he used a metaphor. He used the metaphor of the spaghetti strainer, and pour the Juggalo family into the spaghetti strainer, and or you just throw everybody into the spaghetti strainer, and everybody falls down through the spaghetti strainer like sand, and all that's left behind are diamonds, and that's the Juggalo family, right?
Goddamn right.
So that was like almost 20 years ago, like literally this November, right? And
right.
So 20 years after that, I guess that divisive moment that people had to make a decision. I don't think people were ready to make decisions. I mean, some people had an easy decision. It was already made for them, you know, because they don't roll like that, or they felt tricked. There's two types of people in this world. And again, I'm just on my soapbox. So
no, you're good.
A YouTube channel. I'm not talking to you. I'm kind of talking to everybody. Like, these are thoughts in my head. Like, there's two types of people in this world. You watch a show like Lost, and each episode creates more questions. So as you go, it just becomes a bigger mystery. And some people like that. Okay.
Right.
But some people hate that because it makes them feel stupid. At the end of each episode, there's no closure, you know, and they want to, you know, so some shows are much better suited for them because at the end of each episode, you know, and then there's a status quo, and so you can enjoy it, and it's safe and predictable, you know. I like ICP's unpredictableness. I like that they got balls, you know,
right.
They try new things. I don't care when they fail, but they try new things, man. They try new things all the time. And when they do something and I don't like it as much, I don't even care, because the next thing they do is going to be completely different.
Fresh.
It always is. And, you know, so you don't get hung up on something that happened. And so
well, I don't.
When people get butthurt about stuff.
See, like all the people that bitch about like, oh, well, it's psychopathic, they're going to be like late on tickets, or you got to expect something to come up in the lineup or whatever. Like, the way that I look at it, it gives me reassurance, because it's like, these motherfuckers are just like me, because I know that I couldn't fucking handle everything all at once either. So it's like, it's one of those, like, I'm supporting somebody that would literally be in my shoes if they weren't at the time. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
Yeah. Now I remember where I started, and it's because I'm smoking. I got a little scatterbrains.
Hey, bro, we're on the same page.
Yeah, it's late. You know, we're after dark here, and but ICP's hustle and their kind of like their business model or whatever the fuck. You know, that shit was inspiring, man. Like, so when I went to college and graduated, like, I was I actually like kind of took a step away from the Juggalo community in order to get my hustle on. You know what I mean? I went to
Right.
work. I was now I was employed. I spent like 3 years trying to, get my bag. And, so it was around 2006, when Shaggy Two Dopes Fuck the Fuck Off, right?
Yep.
Produced by Mikey Clark. That album was a resurgence. Okay. I feel like everybody needed, like ICP was at their lowest, I think, like people were leaving, ABK, Esham had left,
Right.
Super Villains didn't really take off. I mean, there's a lot of cool things happening as well, but I think the overall consensus is that, ICP needed music, so they brought us the Tempest, and that maybe, it didn't satisfy everyone. Like I think it's safe to say not everyone was pleased with the Tempest. Now I love it, and
Bro, I like it too.
But again, is that a bias of me? Like fuck, man. Like I love every Motley Crue album too, even the ones that weren't commercially successful. Fuck me, right? Like it's music, it's subjective, okay. But the Tempest was Mikey Clark,
Right.
and so Mikey Clark back in the mix was kind of special, and that did. But that's not like, oh, I'm back because Mikey Clark's back. No, I was back because I had a different job. I was doing something that really required my full attention. I couldn't go to shows. So I missed shows. I missed gatherings. That's what I'm saying. I stepped away from that. I was still listening to the music. Always.
And that's my thing. Like, I always got, being a juggler has always been a major priority in my life. But going to the gathering and big shows should have been more of a priority, I do believe. But it's always like life got in the way. Like I'd made a bad decision earlier in the year and didn't have the money to go. Or at the time, like I couldn't wrap my mind around being 20 years old and trying to like go across the United States where I've never been out of. And then like now as I've gotten to an adult and definitely moved out of my fucking parents' house at whatever fucking age I did that at, Yeah. And when you become adult, you're like, fuck, excuse time's over. And you got to start gathering, you know what I mean? So I feel you on that shit.
Well, I think the thing is that even though I've been to early gatherings, I didn't go to early campground gatherings because my first gatherings were indoors, convention centers, right? 2002, 2001. And I've been reminiscing on that all month. I've been sharing throwbacks on my social media, and this Wicked Clown Liquid thing was a CD that we passed out at those gatherings. When they went to Crystal Forest, I didn't go, and they were there for 3 years in a row. I didn't attend any of them. I wasn't at the gathering of the Muddlos, although that was going to be my return. I was like geared up and ready to go in 06.
Right.
And I just didn't make it happen. And I low key was glad when I found out it was like a big mud fest. I was like, I missed the mud fest, shucks. But but again, I was like juffing because I missed like 5 gatherings in a row,
I do believe that year, like my homie Whoop Conda, as he was talking about the other day, or was it yesterday? One of those days. He was one of his first gatherings or whatever was the Muddlos, and it turned into like the hill juggalos versus the swamp juggalos.
Yes, my friends who were there have told me all about it, and the cool thing is that it was really like 07, that I when the Tempest tour came around, and then they went and had their very first Cave and Rock gathering, which was my return to the gatherings,
right.
Man. And so Cave and Rock became the place. Like I went 5 years in a row, all in the same place. Now that creates a lot of blurred memories. Like I have a hard time differentiating between which year this happened to that year, because it was like they were all in the same fucking place.
Life's hard to manage when everything's like watercolor and swirly, you know what I mean? So it's kind of one of those things.
Fucking good times though. But I'll tell you this, some of my best memories in life happen at the gathering. Like
for sure.
I feel like maybe I feel at a disadvantage a little bit that I missed all those pivotal gatherings where you know, Camp
Okay,
Chaos
wait.
jumped off, and yeah, you know, there's so much things that I, you know, the sacrifice of like adulting versus like throwing caution to the wind and just gathering like again. I just like saying it because it's stupid and it's not true, but it triggers people that just want to be contrarian, or, you know, if the shoe fits, wear it. But like, there's two types of people in life: the kind of person that makes excuses and never gathers, and the type, you know, there's so much fucking life, you know, that gets in the way of everything. You know, there's things I've wanted to do my whole life that I haven't done, and I make all the excuses. So, you know, we all live, come on, everybody's fucking making excuses about something, and we all do what we want to do. Everybody does what they want to do. Even when you say, yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah,
you
no, that's why I said I made excuses for all these years because I was doing something that I wanted to do at the time.
That's what I'm saying. You had something you wanted to do. I'm sorry, I don't mean to even pick on you, but it's like people watch me talk about the gathering, they never gather. I just say this. Like, I'm not being a dick and saying if you don't gather, you don't matter. But in my opinion, you have got to gather once.
Yes.
I say you got to gather one time just to experience it and fucking have that memory.
Because I guarantee you, if you gather at least once, you're going to wind up like me. And for the whole next year, you're going to be prioritizing money. You're going to be fucking making sacrifices, everything else just to go to that fucking place one more goddamn time.
It's a trick, you know, because if you gather once, then you always are going to come back because you know how dope it is, and you'll make it happen for yourself. Or devil's advocate here, you go, you don't have fun, you never come back, and we don't even miss you, so everyone's happy.
That's true, dude. That's fucking true. Damn, that's a lot of
you know what I mean? It's too mean to say if you don't gather, you don't matter. I got a lot of friends that don't matter. I mean, that don't gather.
You're right.
You know, but like, so I'm just joshing, you know, because everyone wants to be there. You know, everyone wants to be there. Even the haters want to be there most of all.
Right.
I feel. And all right, so there's definitely people that like don't gel with juggalos. They're not into lowbrow humor, or you know what I mean? They're not into like the shenanigans at festivals, and they wouldn't even enjoy themselves at a fucking fish show. You know, like that would be too counterculture for them. So again, there's two types of people in this world, and you know, if you don't know, you don't know. Like, I think get out there and live life. It's uncensored and very much like real.
The gathering is for those that really just don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? They don't give a fuck about anything other than what's important to them and the people that they give a fuck about.
I would say that was an eye opener for me when I was in my 20s. And I went to this guy, you know, even though it was in a convention center, there was still, I mean, I would say that it was like we as juggalos didn't even know what was coming, you know, like the 24-hour atmosphere, just the campgrounds, and then like the constant entertainment, that whole I mean, they were doing it, but it, you know, because they had like the electric girly freak show and Tesla coil, and they had the chicks come out and, you know, chew glass and, you know, fucking break
wild shit,
you know, like eat a fucking nail and have it come out or you know, pull thread through your belly, and you're like flossing through your belly and your mouth, like weird shit like that, you know. But you know, then they take it outside and have shows at 4 a.m. Oh, dude, they really just kind of cracked the code and have been the longest running independent music festival of all time. I mean, come on, people don't want to give credit to ICP because they are DIY and they do have to, like, you know, their budget fluctuates. If Alex Abyss leaves, obviously you're gonna be operating under a different budget.
Oh yeah.
You know, and again, like when the community tanks and when people aren't buying CDs, look, there are two types of people in this world: people who rap and people who don't. Okay.
Right.
And now this is just going to be a joke on my show, because there's always going to be two types of people in this world. Because anytime you're into something, there's someone who's into the opposite, you know, or anyone who thinks one thing, there's someone who thinks the opposite. And as long as you you put your thing online, you think the persons who think the opposite are not going to see that and not going to spit. So, you know,
but if they don't see how you think, then fuck them.
I mean, I'm not Aristotle here. I'm just saying, like, what goes around comes around. You say some shit, you get it. People act so triggered and take things so literally. And I love in the gathering group in Facebook. When people like, because I used to just not look in there.
Right.
Because it's so pointless. It's so, you know, everyone's trolling, clowning. But I don't know. I've been checking it out. I've been looking at some of the posts. This is a funny thing I see. Dude, every time a fucking person posts in there who's oblivious, they get fucking lit up with jokes. Like, some of them are really good, and
like,
it's all
pick up the $3 at the gathering for the newbies. Just pick up
all
those dollars.
sarcasm. Like, they just, you know, call them a cop. They, you know, if they ask a question, they ask for advice, they just give the wrong advice. They just give them shitty advice. They tell them the gathering's canceled. They just completely troll motherfuckers. But then somebody ends up, like, whoever gets them the hardest ends up saying, "Hey man, we're just kidding." Like, and they always, like, kind of, it reminds me of, like, in the mosh pit, when you get knocked down, they pick you back up. Like, it's funny because I always see somebody, like, giving them a nudge and being like, "Yo, kid, relax. We're just fucking clowning on you."
It's like initiation, bro.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Like, because I can't tell. I can't tell if the person asking the question is legit. Like, are people really that oblivious? I guess
think it's
they
a lot
are,
of trolling.
man.
I don't know. I don't know.
Stay offline. No, I don't mean the trolls. I mean the first timers, the people asking the advice. They're not real. Those are juggalos pretending to be new, asking stupid questions just to rile up the group.
Yes.
I think everybody's just fucking trolling each other. Like,
yeah, I think that too. And because I've seen some questions asked on there, and I'm like, there's no fucking way that somebody is just ignorant about, like, music festival or anything in general. Like, holy shit, no, you can't bring that, or that's definitely not a good idea, or you obviously should know better. Like, why are you asking that question? That's the ones you can really tell that who's trolling and who's not.
well, but when they get the comments, or when they get the responses, and then they start responding back, and they're like, "Come on, don't hate on me." Like what's all this gatekeeper stuff? Like, they're not getting the sarcasm, and, you know, everybody knows that sarcasm is, like, you know, an indicator of intelligence. Like, if that goes over your head, you're just being a dummy, man. Come on. Like, we're not responsible for you misinterpreting things on the internet. And if you ask a dumb question and then you take a troll's comment seriously, that's on you, kid.
Yeah.
Fuck out of here. Like, don't go crowdsourcing your fucking, you know, gathering
your opinion.
Like, goddamn, find an OG. Like, talk to a real human being.
Mm-hmm. Well, but fucking these days, everybody claims they're an OG or whatever the fuck.
Well,
and, like, I've seen posts, and they're like, "I've been down for 5 years, and this is my second gathering." I'm like, damn. So does that make me a Jeff because I haven't been to my second gathering yet, or does it make you a noob because you've only been down for, you know, X amount of years?
But I feel like he just needs. I mean, what? It's not clout chasing. It's like, it's flossing. He's flossing. You right? He's like, "Yeah, what's up?" You know, like you're in a sitcom, and in the beginning of the sitcom, everybody, or, you know, at Saturday Night Live, you know, there's a saxophone playing, and everyone is like, "It's Stoney," and
yeah,
full frame, and, you know, you're just like, "What's up?" And it's BeastMaster, and, you know, it's like, so you introduce a motherfucker. "What's up? I'm BeastMaster. I've been down with the clown for 27 years. This is my 11th gathering. Whoop whoop. Favorite Joker's card is Great Malenko." Like, it's not a dating show, but again, everyone's looking for love. So, you know, he's got to put his stats out there if he's.
Maybe it's a combination of people actually trying to flex, and if you're flexing on how long you've been down, like, that's not really a flex. It might be.
But is that not the first thing everyone throws out there?
Well, that, and then the second is the name 3 fucking songs. Well, from which album? Like, and that's the question that I give people, is from which album. But some people are like, well, fuck, and they start thinking about what's going to be the important answer to that question. And
it's just funny, you know, because like I said earlier, everyone's got a lot of fucking homework to do if they just joined the family, and that's another thing. Like, the family is a rotating door. Okay.
Yes.
A lot of people are down one
Supposed
day.
to be that way.
Come
in a
on,
way.
fair weather fans. Let's be real. A lot of fair weather fans. It's like sports, though. I think we're all allowed to like and not like things and walk away and and like both teams. I mean, I think that's where it just becomes incredibly like fucking gangsta is when we get all territorial and
it kind of makes you why we all got labeled as a gang, because we're not a gang, but we be doing wild shit.
Right, but just like sports fans, like Red Sox versus
or the Dallas Cowboys versus the Redskins or anything like that, dude.
Like, what's your team? I mean, are you a sports fan?
I do. I watch NFL when it becomes relevant into my life, which is playoffs and the Super Bowl.
And that means when your team is playing.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Because it might be an underdog that was like, damn, they were a shitty team. Well, let's root for the shitty team this year.
Yeah.
I'm not a Pittsburgh Steelers fan at all. I'm not a Patriots fan. So that kind of like narrows that down. Like, my team likes to lose every time they're in the playoffs.
Right.
So it's a Cowboys. I like Cowboys, like I'm a Cowboys fan. Y'all can hate. Fuck off.
Interesting. Like I'm so out of the loop with sports that I don't even have an opinion over your favorite team. Like, or you know what I mean, or whatever it was going to be. I would be like, okay, I don't care. I don't think that way, and it's really probably the reason why I never got into sports or became an athlete. Because I played sports and I actually liked playing soccer, but I really didn't like watching it. I tried to get into as a kid, I would watch World Cup. World Cup was kind of big, or at least they tried. They tried to make it big, and then they gave up on it. The world was like, "Nah, we don't care."
I don't think it's the world. I think the United States was like, we have better shit to focus.
Oh, I said the world. I meant America. Yeah, America didn't care. The world Cup was dope.
Right.
All right, let me catch up on some chats here because.
Let's do it. It's your show, bro.
I just wanted to make sure I put the super chat up here. You're Stone Man. Thoughts on Blase Rose? Thinks she's amazing and hot. How do you feel about Blase? And have you heard the new Trine album?
Yes, I have. I think Blase is hot. I'm gonna agree with that. She's talented because I don't see anybody else or any of y'all motherfuckers doing what she's trying to do. So she's obviously talented. Trine is, I think, better work than she's previously done, other than the Cypher that she was on with Psychopathic, which was some of her better work in my opinion. So I'm down with Blase. Like, I have no problem with Blase.
Music wise, I want more music from all of the artists, that are under the big top. Like, I'm a fan of music. I'm a fan of Blase's music.
Okay.
I like the Trine album as well. I'm not listening to Blase's older stuff.
There's some parts of the Trine album that I'm like, damn, y'all could have not put that in. But you know what I mean? Like, other than that, like, it's a good album.
I mean, I only listened to it a couple of times, but when I went through it a couple of times, there were parts I really liked, and they went hard. So, but I am very open-minded with music right now, and it's all because of my friends. Like, you know what? I started saying this earlier. Humble Among and I were talking the other week, and we were talking about Joe Rogan. Remember I brought that up?
Right.
And the reason we brought or Joe Rogan, I brought that up is because I was saying that, like, I don't like looking at comments. I just mean like I don't want to take comments seriously. And so when comments are like, when trolls are trolling, like, right. I could take it or leave it, and I just choose to leave it. And I'm not really reading all those troll comments. I got better things to do. He said, like, oh, well, you don't want to be like in that ivory tower and not see what everyone's saying, like Joe Rogan. And I'm like, I guess I never really thought of it that way, but I would more consider it like the Unabomber, or like the old man in the woods, like, isolated, like away from society, like really not giving a fuck about the peanut gallery. And,
right.
But not an ivory tower. I'm not balling like that, but
I'm firmly a believer that if Joe Rogan ever came to a gathering, he'd be like on his next podcast, he's like, "Bros, I'm a juggalo because of this, and
I
this."
wish he would interview ICP. That would be amazing to have ICP on the Joe Rogan podcast. Fucking game over. I mean,
In as much
they're always back on Howard Stern, and that's fucking dope. And that right there is fucking like really dope that they're a regular. Like anytime they need to promote something, like he takes them and gives them that platform. Hell yeah, old school ties. You know,
Mm-hmm.
they need that with Joe Rogan.
Well, I mean, we got that kind of in a way from Steve-O when he wrapped up the beef with and ended the beef with Violent J and Shaggy, and then he was like, "I want to be a part of your quote unquote gang too," you know, and like Steve-O became down with the clown, and that was one of the other podcasts outside of Stern that you really kind of got to see the clowns. You know, I would say No Jumper had a really good interview with ICP too, but like Steve-O's for me was
he's
really
got a big platform. I feel like No Jumper and Vlad, because they talked to Vlad, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, but fucking No Jumper I mean, he's known to wear like ICP jerseys on his podcast.
Right. Yeah, he shows love. I mean, but I mean, like anytime they get, you know, someone who will give them the respect, you know, treat them like an artist, have them on, give them the platform, not shun them.
Y'all are just the juggalo people.
Yeah, because I mean, whether you know it or not, like they probably get turned down by a dozen radio stations for every one that they go on to, you know?
Well, that's because they
like
buff
that
pickles in their fucking spare time.
And maybe it's not like that anymore. Maybe that's the past, you know. Maybe now they got people banging down their door to talk to them, and they just choose, you know, Detroit Metro, and you know they have pretty nice outlet opportunities when they want to drop news bombs, and they always do it that way. I mean, anytime there's a scandal, Violent J does not take to social media, and he does not give it away for free. He always sits on his opinion and his facts until he's ready to dole it out in a fucking formal interview that goes out public. You know what I mean? Like everything he says is on record. The only time it's ever captured, like, is at a gathering, you know, when he's doing a seminar. And even still, it's a fucking seminar where he booked a time slot to come out on stage and talk to us.
I think honestly, with a lot of that, it shows that is a visual representation of a man who knows his worth in life, and a very good like a role in a blatant display of like business and stuff like that. Like he knows what he's worth, and when he chooses to go public, it's always has meaning because he's never gonna fuck that up. Like a smart-minded person is not gonna fuck that up. They're not gonna get half-cocked on an interview or do whatever. Like because I think at the end of the day, Jay knows, like, whenever I get in front of a camera, I'm representing myself, Shaggy, you know, Psychopathic, and the Juggalos. So, like, I mean, he carries that weight on his shoulders, just like Shaggy does every time he does, like, the Shaggy and the Creep shit. I think that those are two men that know their worth in life and as men, and they reflect it upon their careers and their personal relationships with all of us, if that makes sense. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I was just thinking, I mean, you got me thinking about the stuff I've seen Shaggy and Keegan do recently. Some really funny shit. Like, if you guys aren't, like, because I've been known to sleep on Shaggy and the Creep because they've been putting out more content than I had time to consume. And, you know, and I love those guys to pieces. So it's like, to not be able to follow up, and I haven't watched every Patreon, and you know what I mean? I missed some of those streams. But I love that they did them, and I believe as a subscriber, I have full right to go back and catch up and watch old streams. Like if I have some time, I want to go back and listen to ICP break down tracks or talk about like an old Detroit tour. They're all still there, archived, and I have access to that. I believe that right there is fucking dope. I don't take that for granted. You know, like I was playing ball with the Ultra Live Monster 5 coin collecting competition. It's like this this obstacle course where we travel all over the world. It starts off easy where you just got to fucking pay for the stream. It gets delivered. You get your first 2 coins. And let me tell you, that is genius, because giving us 2 coins without having to leave the house was a huge persuader to actually go
to the show,
Hootenanny show, where I was like, man, this pandemic, I haven't been to a show in a while. I need to go to a show. This is a coin show. I'm going to go get that 3rd coin. I'm going to go live my best life. Best decision I ever made, because then I got 3 coins. You know what I mean? And
right.
And then what was it? Juggalo weekends.
Mm.
They had a coin there, right?
Yeah. So like, and I'm fucking jealous of so I live down here by Texas. And so like a lot of these shows are just way fucking out of my reach for the time being. And so like, I'm one of those ninjas that's either searching for a coin on the internet because one of y'all's trying to make money and I can't go. But it leaves me with a feeling of, well, fuck, bro, you could have went to that show if you just like not blew some money, and you could have another coin.
I mean, I know people who are selling coins. We can, but some people aren't interested in collecting them all anymore. There are coins for sale.
I'm not a merch collector and flipper. Like if I buy merch, it's going to stay in my closet.
I'm just saying, like, I'm only 1 coin away from officially being a card carrying ultra live monster juggalo, y'all. And
oh shit,
I don't know. I just feel like I'm not going to fall down right before the finish line. I'm going to go all the way, and you're going to see me in the Bahamas or wherever the fuck they're going to do this last show. You're probably going to see BeastMaster there, and
I think that if they do it in something like that requires some travel. I don't know if it requires like a visa to go down there, but if it does, I'm definitely going to be re-upping mine for that, because I plan on making the 5th coin show.
I think you just have to have valid ID, prove your citizenship like everyone else.
I wonder what those island people are going to feel like when all of us fucking degenerates just hit their fucking beaches and shit. They're going to be like, oh my God, America's wild. Like, what the fuck just happened? Like the ghettos, they must just close down the ghettos.
I bet they see worse. Look, I was telling this story to Team MUJ the other week.
Shout out to them. There's some fresh ass ninjas, dude.
Yeah, Midwest United Juggalos. Like, I didn't know them 20 years ago, but they were at the 2002 gathering as well.
Oh, cool.
So when I was posting my pictures, the hotel I was staying at, they're telling me like, my uncle lives down the street from that hotel, because they're from that area, right?
Oh, cool.
And so we're reminiscing on these fucking on these older gatherings and the parties that we had. It's just fucking crazy. So Team MUJ, they're my people. They're going to be at the gathering. They're going to be at the podcast event.
That's Darby O'Trill's people too. Like I know Darby is a really good friend with them.
Swamp Society,
yep.
Devereaux, LSP, Dot Strife, Shaggy the Airhead, all them.
Dude, you literally, outside of Ouija Mac, like in my personal opinion, LSP is the closest thing that we have to psychopathic outside of chapter 17 and psychopathic. And when it comes to Darby O'Trill, he's going to be, in my opinion, the next Ouija Mac that really like bears a torch, because if you listen to all of his albums, I really haven't really found anybody else that's really just clinging to lore and promoting like Juggalo culture and their music. Like Darby does that all and has been doing that for a while. So like that's my opinion on as far as like what all they've got going on.
Yeah, I like the catalog of music that he's building. Like his shit's getting better and better. Gully is fucking awesome.
The Gully's fire, bro.
But I've been, again, like Cali Green Too Fresh put me on to Darby O'Trill. We interviewed him years ago. Like I had no idea where, what was going to happen. Cause I'm in my own bubble. And I wasn't paying attention to very many rappers. And so a lot of rappers on the come up, despite, people like me just not really caring, not really paying attention, fixated on ICP. That might get under the skin of a lot of underground artists, like, because the juggalos that are so giving are also hard to please. And see, you know what I mean? You got to have a tough skin. That's my whole motto. Like a fucking rhinoceros is like life is going to beat you up and you got to be tough enough to survive it. So
you got to be hard like a rhino pill that you get from the gas station for like $7.
rhino skin, you know, and that's what it is. Like, you know, you're gonna get, you fuck up, you'll get chanted on. You fucked up chants, and
but that's part of it, man.
Yeah,
that means, like, in my opinion, when you hear you fucked up, that's your opportunity to either embrace it or improve. You know what I mean? So,
but if you don't have a thick skin and you let every single thing defeat you, and you know, just you have meltdowns over the fucking smallest shit. I mean, look, I'm only preaching the shit that is like mantras, you know, like I'm trying to, you know, quell the beast within me and fucking you know, just make sure I'm improving. And you know, I've got a family, like my sister's got a family growing, so I'm like Uncle BeastMaster, and I, you know,
cool.
I just want to make sure that that everybody's good, you know. Like, I'm really not trying to perpetuate any fuck shit, but at the same time, this is the wildest fucking time of my life. Like, I literally have you know, left the nest. Like, I moved across the country. I'm basically reinventing myself. You know, doing these live streams, chopping it up with juggalos is honestly just my hobby, you know. And I do so much more. And then when we go to the gathering, it's like cloud nine. It's heaven on earth. It's a good time. I mean, there's a reason I keep coming back. I've been to half of them, but it don't matter how many you've been to. Like, when you're there, nothing else matters, you know.
Right.
So once you're there, nothing else matters. Have a good time. Some people need that. Some people need that.
Oh, dude, I do. I need that at least once every year. You know what I mean?
I don't know what other people do. Like, I think that's not that uncommon for normies. Normies need vacations too. Like, get real. It's just that we're hardcore.
Yeah, but they go. Yeah, but they go look at fucking rocks and somewhere new, and they're like, "Dude, we had the best time of our life. We went to this big ass canyon and looked at a bunch of fucking rocks, and it totally brought meaning to my life." Well, I go to the gathering and I look at rocks too, and I get real high and fucking have the time of my life. So it beats that shit.
You know, Grand Canyon, you're talking about, like Route 66 or the largest ball of twine. I just watched Vacation recently again. National Lampoon.
Right
on.
on.
More comedy gold that was like edgy. You know, I like Mad Magazine. You know, like, I'm just thinking of all these things that were kind of like, you know, fucking the jokes. You know, they were dirty, you know, they were controversial. Like, they put like hot button subjects on the cover of the magazine, and then that weird goofy face, and make fun of everything. Everybody's roasted, you know? Fucking
and I find it very funny that so, like, growing up, my dad's household, like, I had a split parent like guardianship or whatever you want to call it. And for the conservative household that I lived in growing up, they allowed me to. I do have a Mad Magazine collection at my house. That's like boxes thick. Like, I've got multiple boxes of like Mad Magazine. They allowed me to consume that content, but when they found an ICP fucking CD shoved under my bed, like, they were like, "Oh my god, the devil's entered my house." Like, I just don't understand that, because the devil's in my magazine, bro.
Yeah, because ICP had that thing where before the unveiling,
yeah,
they were really a little bit more. They were a little bit more, you know, like they kept it wicked, you know. So you're gonna hear the music, and you're gonna pull lines from
shit.
that, you know. Everybody prejudges ICP, and then you dig deeper, and you know, if you like that, there are nuggets and morsels of humanity, and you know, like,
dude, it took my parents. So, like, in 2007 is when my parents like got exposed to the unveiling, because my dad was like, "What the fuck is my son just like wilding out on all the time?" And so he dug through my shit. One day was when I was at school, and I come home, and like, I get off the school bus and I'm walking, you know, along my driveway, because I live in the country, and it's a long ass driveway. And I hear my dad, like, my dad's he's a G. He's a huge mechanic, and he's got a shop in our backyard, like, because we have like 2 acres of land. And he's always blaring, like, my dad is the person that introduced me to like metal and the hard shit that I listen to now. And I hear ICP just blaring out of his fucking shop. And to me at the time, I'm like, "Oh fuck, that's my cue," as in, my parents found more of my shit, and this is my dad letting me know that you're fucked when I get off the fucking school bus. And I get down there, I'm already facing the music and shit. I'm like, this is about to be where I get my truck my truck keys taken from me and some other dumbass shit. And my dad's like, you hear this song? And I'm like, I'm listening to Thy Unveiling. I'm like, yeah. He's like, this song will, because of my, to sum it up, my mom's a fucking public, or like the Sunday school teacher and shit. So like my dad goes whatever with mom says type shit. And so I'm thinking like, this is mom speaking like whatever the fuck. And my dad's like, you're never ever going to get shit from this house for listening to this ever again. I'm about to show this to your mom when she gets home. But I had no clue that Insane Clown Posse like was Christian or like believed in God and shit. So therefore your mom's going to see okay with this, and you're never going to hear shit about your music ever again. And that's kind of like what changed it for me, being like openly fucking having everything in my house and shit was that one song.
You want to know what's crazy is that even though I was, 17 years old when I saw my first ICP show and literally walked out of that show like I'm a juggalo. I'm a fucking juggalo. Like I was just obsessed. But that was in 97. And, all these years being down with the clown, my parents never got it. And that moment of acceptance, like true acceptance of, hey, this shit ain't evil and it's okay. And you're not down this crazy path. We only came to that agreement as a family between me and my parents around like 2015.
Really? Damn, that took you a long time, bro.
Well, look, man, I was in college, so I got out of the house so I could live my life. I was, out from their wing. I didn't need their acceptance. I was doing it in defiance.
Oh yeah, I think all of us did at one point.
I mean, look, if anyone else back in the day had to explain ICP to their parents, is because you lived under their roof. I got out of the roof. I was living in dorm rooms. I had apartments. I was on, you know what I mean? So I was a juggalo. My parents were never into it. And there were moments where we tried, like maybe I played a few songs, or maybe they read behind the paint, but like, for example, like when I got the booklet for the Gathering program,
okay,
in 2002, my face is on the cover, and I geeked out. I opened it up, I took it out of the manila envelope, and I was like, I freaked out. And my parents were like, like a little disconcerted. They're like, what, because here I am about to go to Peoria, Illinois, for a road trip, and I'm on the program. So regardless of their opinion, they're like, all right. And our son is on the cover of this program. Like,
something to that. Like,
I'm just saying, from their perspective, I think it was a little, strange, but
shout out to your parents for accepting it, dude. You know what I mean?
Well, eventually, yeah. I think a lot of other people, their parents were a little less strict,
Oh, for sure. A lot of us come from broken homes.
A lot of old school, religion and baggage and stuff like that,
and that's a great point, because like when I speak about like my uncle introducing me to Insane Clown Posse when I was 7, that was at my mom's house. You know what I mean? Like I had a stepdad and his brother when I was doing the house. We all get weekends or the week with dad and mom or whatever the fuck it is, whatever the agreement is. When I was at my mom's house, it was like total fucking no laws, no rules. As long as I took care of myself, and at a point it became later, as long as I watched my brothers and sisters while they were out fucking getting fucked up. Like I was listening to ICP. I had fucking multiple albums at my fucking mom's house by the age of like 12. Like I already had like a poster and shit. But I go back to my dad's house and it was like, fuck, it's like church. And then every once in a while I'll get a fucking wild hair up my ass and be like, I'm going to sneak this home and I'm going to listen to it during the week. And they're not going to ever find out. And like a dumbass, I'm like hiding it like under my stereo or under my bed. And the first place they look is like stereo bed. And they find it every fucking time.
Man, what was it? No, I'm trying to think of something. I left the Great Malenko in the family CD player, and so like the next day, or I just remember being downstairs in my room because I had a room in the basement in my teens.
Oh, they turn it on and your shit start blaring.
Well, I feel like either my dad thought I was sleeping or didn't know I was home, but all of a sudden I heard the album start upstairs, you know, and my dad was listening to it. He listened to the entire album from beginning to end.
No shit.
And like, but it didn't prompt any, you know, conversation. I just, you know, he heard it. I know he heard it. He listened.
Shout out to your dad.
Well,
I mean,
look,
that's people trying to listen to music that they don't understand, but they're intrigued by what's gripped somebody in their life's message, you know?
Hey, I told you, 2015, we all had a conversation. It all got all cards on the table. It had been a long time. They know I'm a juggalo. They don't understand it. They finally accept it. Okay. Long fucking time. Fucking time. Almost 20 years. Okay. But a couple years later, 2017 was a great year. Chapter 17. I'm just saying, today is July 17th. It's kind of cool to talk about this right now, but you know, chapter 17 all day, July 17th all day. Okay, maybe if it's after midnight, but you know what I mean. But 2017 was a great year. Juggalo shit. I mean, it was wild. Obviously, it was wild, but you know, I skipped. I think I skipped the gathering that year. I don't know.
I definitely didn't go.
Was that Oklahoma? Was that the Oklahoma?
Yeah,
gathering?
that was my state's gathering.
Oh, and you didn't go. Oh man, you could have gone to the one in your state.
Okay, so here's the thing. In 2017, I made the great life decision to get clean. And when I say get clean, I'm like California sober is like what I've come to understand it. Like I can obviously delve into stuff that I know there's not a problem, like alcohol and weed. But outside of that, like hard drugs, I don't touch because that's my demon. And 2017 was the year that I was like, fuck, my life's shit and I'm going to fix it. And so I went and actually moved across country and got clean that year.
Hell yeah.
When the gathering came to my fucking state. Yeah, but later on, I've come to understand like I really didn't miss anything because it really sucked. And that's disappointing because I know a lot of people here that have never been to a gathering finally got their chance, and they think it was the greatest thing on earth. And I'm like, not from what I heard.
I would say that even the worst gathering is still their greatest experience on earth. It's like cold pizza. You know, like even bad sex is still getting laid. Like, okay. Oklahoma, maybe not the best gathering. I skipped it that year because instead of gathering, I went to Norway with my old man to visit relatives and, you know, just like living my best life, you know.
You got to go to Norway?
Yeah, I went to Norway.
That's fucking tight, dude. That's the home of black metal, bro.
Dude, okay, I'll tell you this awesome story. The first time I went to Norway was in 95. You know, I'm a teenager. And my old man, his old man, so my grandfather, the three of us, like the three generations of Larsons,
right?
We all went to Norway to visit where my grandfather grew up, where his sister still lived in the home that they were raised, and he had not been back there since he immigrated to America. So we reunited him with his sister, and my dad and I, you know, got to meet all of our extended relatives on that side of the family. My dad's cousin was married with kids my age. So I got to meet my second cousins. Today, they all have kids and stuff. So we go back to Norway and we visit our family. Like, you know, like not all blood family is as, you know, like you were saying, thicker than water. You know, Juggalo family can be if you meet the right people in your life, and, you know, it kind of has nothing to do with Juggalo, but you know, Juggalo definitely, you know, embodies, you know, the community that people crave. Okay. I'm tighter with my extended family in Norway than I am with like uncles and cousins here in America. You know, like my dad and mom's brothers and sisters and their kids that I've known a lot through my life. the people that are all the way on the other side of the country, man, I don't know. I feel drawn to Norway. Like there's a pull there. Like I feel at home. Like
Right.
it's just like the Viking in me. I feel it. I actually felt the vibe change when I got to the gate at the airport to go back to America. As soon as I was in a room with a bunch of Americans again, the karma just went down. It plummeted. It was weird.
It's not the first time I'd ever heard that too. Like, I don't know. Like, we as Americans are very like condescending on each other. I don't get it.
I'm just saying. So if it was a real experience for me, vibrations and energy is a real thing. And when you go to the gathering, karma is lifted. So
dude,
it's like truly a fucking experience. Like where people are like, oh, you're exaggerating. No, I'm not exaggerating. It's like lust. There are places on earth that have energy and that are special. And when you go to the gathering, you're tapping into energy that's greater than yourself, and it's fucking exhilarating. Like I can't 100% fronting. That's what it is. Like,
I was raised in a Christian home, or like Southern Baptist Christian home, majority of my life till I moved out, and I never found the sense of community and the vibes or whatever you call it in church as I ever did the gathering. Like for me, if you want a representation, like a physical representation of what's good on earth, go to the gathering because you're going to feel it.
So back in 96, I was in Oslo, the capital of Norway.
Fuck yeah.
And it was just by chance that it was the same day that Rage Against the Machine was headlining a festival right on this little island off of Oslo. So I went.
Damn,
and I got to see Rage Against the Machine live.
That's fucking old, dude.
In 96. Like they were promoting Evil Empire, and I bought Evil Empire the day it came out. Like, you know what I mean? Like Rage was everything back then.
Right. Oh, right on.
So when I say I became a concert junkie, it was because of shows like that are still like in my memory the best show I've ever seen in my life. And then ICP shows have burnt a memory. But then they come back again, and then they went to Rhode Island, and then they, you know what I mean? And then they did another show. So I was going to 3 ICP shows a year, every year, cool. 97, 98, 99. I had already seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I already seen like a dozen ICP shows before my first gathering. And it was only 3 years of my life.
That's so cool, dude.
Like it's like crazy to me because those shows were crazy. There were no bouncers, and like all the history of ICP coming up, like everything changed after 20 years ago. 20 years ago, they got Sabu on stage with a knife, and he's knifing Faygo bottles, and he's doing that so that no one rushes the stage, because in 2001, the show ended after 3 songs.
Oh my God.
Because juggalos couldn't fucking contain themselves. They were just so fucking like eager to rush the stage and destroy everything. And Faygo, 3 songs in, they fucked it up. And that's why I love on the DVD of The Wraith, when you see Sabu standing there knifing Faygos and throwing, like he's standing there with a knife in his hand, and every juggalo in the crowd knows what happened last year. It's just funny.
Yeah.
Like nobody wants any, we were so well behaved in 2002.
My first ICP show, and I'm gonna sound like a chode saying this, but it was during their Old Shit tour when they came to Oklahoma City, and that was one of the first shows that I know that they did my area as an adult, and I made it a point to go, and I actually almost got kicked out. Well, for 2 reasons. The first reason I almost got kicked out was when I was going into the line out with my ticket and showing all that shit. I had a pack of fucking joints in a cigarette pack, and they started doing the pat down bullshit, and they pulled my cigarettes out. I'm like, yeah, it's a pack of Marlboro menthol. It's like no big deal. And the fucking dumbass dude, I mean, he's probably not a dumbass, this is his job, but he opens up the pack and sees my fucking weed, and he shuts the pack and he puts it in my shirt, and he goes, "You have a fucking nice night." And I was like, oh my God, what the fuck am I doing? And then the second time that I almost got kicked out during that show, is when I caught a fucking like 3/4 way full like Fago. Like I don't know if like Shaggy didn't like dispense it off his finger like properly, but I caught like a 3/4 full Fago, and I got it, and somehow I looked at my buddy and I was like, I'm gonna kick it. And he's like, what do you mean? I was like, I'm gonna kick this motherfucker on the stage. And he's like, do it. And I fucking kicked it, and it just went right up into the ceiling tile and broke a ceiling tile out, which like sprinkled all over the fucking crowd, and like security got involved. And I was like, no, it's that other dude. And so they went and questioned some other dude, and he's like, no, I didn't kick shit. And then they just kind of gave up after that, which kind of bitch move on my part, but I was like 19, so fuck y'all. And that's when I almost got kicked out. I mean, it's the wild shit that happens at shows. And then after that, I caught like the American Psycho tour and shit like that. It was really good.
I've never, when I was younger, I was in those mosh pits, and I think that's just a thing about the youth, you know. And I know you like mosh pits, so I'm not saying that I'm too old to mosh, but even when I was younger, I kind of gave up on moshing earlier in life, and I got into like more filming and, you know, bootlegging. I've been bootlegging concerts since the 90s. Like I was sneaking cassette tape recorders into shows, recording and then converting it to digital. I have all these CD-ROMs with the audio that I captured at like Ozfests and tons of festival shows where I'm just recording. I'm standing right there under the speaker. And you can hear the crowd chatter. It's a live bootleg, you know? So years go by. Finally, when I get a smartphone, I mean, I know it's like annoying how everyone has phones at shows, but I mean, it's a thing of the times, you know. And
those people,
I'm guilty of it, but my videos are better than others. People are making dumbass videos. They're sharing it with their friend. Like I'm not saying my videos are better than others. There have been times when I didn't even care. I just get some wild footage and throw it up because I'm like, fuck it. There's other times where I'm actually really trying to like keep it steady, zoom in on stuff. And
before the age of the gimbal,
I don't know. I enjoy that shit, and then I put it out on YouTube. And some of my concert bootleg, videos are pretty popular. Some of the Juggalo ones are. I mean, some of my most popular videos are from the Mighty Mighty Boss Stones. I'm just a big fan of that band, so I throw the videos up that I get, and that fan base fucking eats it up. It's fucking
100%. Anybody that says like what you do or like what I'm going to be doing is like a problem, they're going to fucking thank us 20 years down the road for doing the shit that we do.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. And so that's just the thing that I fell into, recording audio, archiving, collecting bootlegs. I had friends that were collecting like fish bootlegs. There's a whole fish bootleg thing. And
I didn't even become aware of fish until like 2017 because I met a ninja. He's not a juggalo, but I'm going to consider him a juggalo in my mind because he was super cool. He was wearing a fish shirt, and I'm like, and he was talking about like all these concerts he's going to. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And like he explained it, and I told him, I was like, that's like juggalos not even being juggalos. Like y'all are just a weird breed, but like, what's up with that shit? And apparently, like fish has got a good following.
The fish heads that I knew, it's funny because I actually hated fish when I first heard of them because of assholes in my high school that would rep fish, but they were bullies. So they were like these edgelords. I mean, today that's what we call them, but they're these like, the cool kids that liked Fish and Grateful Dead, and they were really snobby and cliquey. And so I was like, fuck Grateful Dead, fuck Fish because of them. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then I go to college and I'm a juggalo and everyone is so different. I'm really like kind of like, all right, like we're all young adults here and I see people are into different things. And so I had some of the best people I ever met in my life that are still close friends today. And they were hardcore into Fish. And so I went to a double Fish show 2 days back to back at Great Woods Amphitheater in Mansfield. But it was probably one of the last shows before it changed its name. But I went to 2 Fish shows back to back and experienced that parking lot party, and that was in 2000.
Oh god damn, bro!
That was before I ever gathered. you know, but
Well,
again, I've
fucking
been
cool.
going to fucking festivals. I saw Rage and Wu-Tang, you know, at that venue. I went to like 5 Ozfests in a row. So
Been
we're
to
talking
like 3 of
about
those.
Marilyn
Yeah.
Manson, Black Sabbath, Rob
Yep.
Zombie, Pantera, like everybody.
Oh god, rest in peace, Dimebag Darrell and Vinnie Paul. That's another thing. Thank you for bringing up Pantera, and we're gonna derail this. For a
Yeah, I
second.
know. I heard about this yesterday.
Okay, so I come from an area.
Wait. Before you say anything, I have to shout out fucking Hex Demon Season, available now on the fucking Wicked Warlords tour, chapter 17. That's where I was all going to, but we can talk about metal and Pantera. But I needed to fucking at least say this before we get derailed anymore.
We're gonna start on your topic, and then I'm gonna bust back to mine. Hex's album is really good. If you haven't listened to it yet, please go do. It is juggalo as fuck, with a different sound that you're not probably used to hearing because it's West Coast rap. And I couldn't think of anybody that does it better that Ouija would have picked.
Yo, I got a little bit of footage from the show a couple days ago. You want to see it?
Well, yeah, let's do it.
All right. I'll play you a clip. I got 2 clips. I'll play you one clip right now.
Take a trip to that west side, lead to the cemetery, show you how to get rock. Lead to the sunrise, go fuck with a what's out. Kenny Payne tip, look at the bit I rushed out. Reach out in the wild, since the dark, but I'm soft, so I'm cursed. Everybody know that south side got work. Motherfuckers talking about the trip. Doing no shit, all you see is a quick ring. I'm up on the down, no whip, I'm loaded. Looking for that cold thing, all but I know this, and it's still on that whole shit. Bitch, I'm in the killer, so I'm killer. I'm gonna be that big body like a brain trigger. I wanna be a powder. Do it first and then I need to be powder. And when I pull off, your body gets chopped up. What I do is roots and switch it up on my head, so I been like we dog pain, business like it's death. Oh! Death song, hold up, for all my dead flaws. I like the blood and other getting swung. I got that polo, riding through the city with my husband like a cholo. You know I keep it buddy when I'm mixing up my Franco. Money motivation, keep my mind up on my peso. You the real form on my lap at all times. Motherfuckers walk, but it should be on the low profile like I count all time. Shit, otherwise you the California shop. Catch your fucking ball, you a crowd in my song. Still need the energy, 21st law. The real just techniques is equal to give me talk. You can call us in my talents, I ain't talking about the club. Juggalo, do you feel me? Come on, Juggalo, do you feel me? Come on, guys, Juggalo, do you feel me? Let's go right into the next one, dog. Keep it short.
Yeah, that was fucking awesome. That's just one song. The whole show is fucking dope. Hex puts it down. I'm just saying, Ouija put it down. Uh-oh, I lost your mic.
Oh, my bad. It's because I dumbass muted it while I was watching your video. Because
Yeah, just repeat that because I didn't hear you.
No, Hex is a great person. Like, personally, I got to spend a little bit of time with him last year at the gathering. He came and showed a lot of love to a lot of us at TPE. And we got a big ass photo with him and shit at the gathering. And I got a little bit of time to talk to him. I didn't realize that the shit that he had in store for all of us before he got signed, and to know him as a little bit as a person before that, I fully support everything that he's done. I bought his album, and he's an upcoming artist, and he's already working a crowd the way that he does. Like that shows a lot, in my opinion.
I mean, I've done my deep dive on his music a long time ago, and he's got great fucking music. Like his YouTube channel's got gems. The videos are fucking fire. You know, my shit is psycho. I love that song. The video is dope. Chucky Chuck. It's got the Black Sabbath riff and the Carnival of Carnage. Oh, it's fucking fire, bro.
Yep.
And I do have another clip. I'll play it a little bit later because maybe spread them out a little bit. But like Hex is just one of those dudes where he's been promoting his shit. He'll like tag Carnival Spirits in his promo, and we'll share it. Like I'm talking about like Instagram stories. You know what I mean? We've been doing that for years.
That's
So when Hex got signed to Chapter 17, I was fucking geeked because we had already been promoting his shit for years on social media, like just out of the spirit of underground music, because he knows what's good. He knows to tag us and we'll fucking pay it forward. And so we've been just doing that. Like, not like I know him personally, but we've been promoting him for years. So I just get a kick out of that. Like, and now he's signed and rocking with Ouija. I love the videos Ouija's been putting out, and he's been in every one of them. That's fucking dope.
Well, there's a saying, brother, and that's it's real recognized as real. You know what I mean? I was gonna actually ask you, like, your intro to your channel is probably like the best one out of all that we're doing, like all this YouTube juggalos. Like, you have the best fucking intro to your channel, bro. That's fucking fresh as shit.
I'm literally working on a new one. I got a whole new idea for a new intro for like the next version of what I'm doing.
Oh, cool.
But like, yeah, that's the intro for the BeastMaster show. But yeah, I got a new idea for a new intro. So this one's got a time limit to it, or maybe not. Maybe the new intro is actually for like a new show. Like, it's not the BeastMaster show. You know what I mean? But
right.
I do put some time into that. I would say that these videos often are like, it's just me in a sandbox. Like, when you make videos, you just come up with ideas. You make a list of things to talk about. For me, one of my favorite parts about making videos is the graphic design on the flyers and the thumbnail art. Like,
bro,
I get into Photoshop and I'm like doing all the things, and I'm fucking with my logo and throwing Lakeland Lunacy gnomes and shit. Like, I have fun doing that. Like,
right,
as well as the video process.
I need to learn how to do thumbnails. That's like, in my opinion, what's kind of like holding my videos back a little bit, is because I just threw up my logo on my video before doing a thumbnail. And I know that I could reach out to people to do thumbnails, but I really want to learn how to do more in-house shit.
I think there's ways to, you just gotta find some way that gotta get a workflow. That's all.
That's cool.
You learn how to do something, you can do it quickly, and you can do it for every video. You need a workflow.
Hey, bro, I'll send you some money on PayPal, and you can teach me how to do fucking Photoshop. All
right, I'll just I'll fucking sprinkle fucking thumbnail images on you. It's that ain't no thing. It's actually fun for me. Like, I enjoy making mystery flyers with the question mark and making everybody try and figure it out. And then revealing it and posting the other flyer. Like, I asked Scotty Balls if I should like change the way I promote my show, change my flyer. He was like, no, keep it the same. And I'm like, all right.
I mean, I fuck with it, bro. It's good.
But I enjoy doing it. So I wouldn't be doing this shit if I didn't enjoy it. You know what I mean? This is kind of like my passion project.
Bro, I think anybody in the know seeing your passion for all the shit that you do, because like, you literally did a PowerPoint presentation in front of multiple people and explained our culture. Like, and I remember seeing that.
Oh, you mean the college speech you're talking about?
Yes, yeah, 100. Dude, I've seen that years ago, and like all my friends have seen that shit. And I was like, bro, there's fucking juggalos in college and fucking doing whatever the fuck they're doing. And they're trying to teach about like what the fuck we believe in and shit. And I remember like many years ago, like you were a household name as far as my apartment.
That's funny.
Which is not to like suck your dick or anything, but yeah, you've been doing it for a while, bro.
I've been hearing that like people recognize me from that video, and then for Dear Joe and Joey, and but it wasn't really until like 2007, that Tempest tour. When I actually like told anybody that I was BeastMaster, you know what I mean?
Word.
So I was living a very incognito life, this whole time, you know, and really that was creative time for me. That was the time when I was hustling. I was trying to build something, and I was writing this open thank you letter to ICP. You know, putting it on wax. Like, honestly, when Homies came out, you were connected to that, right?
Right.
But if you remember this is fresh, and I say this is fresh because, you know, even haters play a role, right? Because if everyone agreed with everything, we'd be in an echo chamber.
Oh yeah, there wouldn't be the Joker's cards, bro.
I just, you know, and everything that ICP is done in their catalog of work is like poking the bear and questioning society, you know, and raising questions and, you know, moral questions, all this shit, right? So, but Juggalos, like, I'm telling you, man, like the fucking the Dark Carnival and everything they did, like people are fucking, you know, interested in that shit, you know.
Bro, I think it's fresh that people are still finding this magic in 2022.
Look, not everybody is buying the magic. Okay, back then there were arguments still. Yeah, 20 years ago there were juggalos disagreeing and fighting over shit. What were they disagreeing and fighting over, might you ask? Well, I don't know, maybe Mikey Clark leaving the fold and Mikey Peasy, Fiji, Reezy, Fashizi doing production on the 6 Jokers card was like a real fucking divisive thing. Some people were not feeling Homies. Somebody, and I have it, I will find it and I will share it. Maybe not today, but I will find it. Somebody made a Homies parody diss track to Mike P. All right. They got the instrumental and they recorded it and they put that shit out like the same week that Homies came out as a single, because it came out as a single before the Wraith dropped. This is 20 years ago. And it was Juggalo phony, you're not Mikey Clark. Juggalo phony, you can fuck off or something like that. It was fucking crazy. The whole song was a diss, and it was like some passionate old school juggalos that were not having it. And, you know, it was like, whoa, like, whoa.
that kind of like brings up the whole like division when the Die Unveiling came out. And then you had like juggalos that were like, yes. And then you had juggalos that fell off and shit. And in my opinion, if you fell off after Die Unveiling, like you were never there for the right reasons anyways. You know what I mean? Like the Carnival wasn't honestly speaking to you.
There was you know, obviously Eminem and ICP feuding was a thing. And
yeah,
and Eminem feuded with other people, like, you know, and there were other people that only a few other people would take shots at Eminem. There was Benzino, you know, there was Everlast.
Yep.
Right. House of Pain. He
Yep.
was on his solo shit at the time, right? Whitey Ford Plays the Blues or something. But I'm just saying, like, he had an Eminem diss track. Like, there were a few people that weren't having his shit. ICP weren't the only ones. And I don't know. I go on to, I'm a huge fan of La Coca Nostra, and I love House of Pain. And I was kind of there for the beef and the battle and the music, you know. But I always figured, like, everyone makes diss tracks, man. Has anyone ever made a song lifting anyone up, like a thank you song, like a song that's just sincere? That's like, yo, you guys are
to my knowledge.
Shit. Like, you guys are the shit. You guys have fucking like completely changed my life, and here are the reasons why. Let me walk you through how and exactly why this shit is dope. And I put that song out there, and they played it on Fuck Off Radio in 07. And
that's cool, bro.
And so it got me a performance spot on the Bomb House stage at the Gathering in 07. So you know what I mean? Like, I tried to go in the Muddalo Gathering and I couldn't make it. And so the next year, 07, I'm like, I'm going no matter what. And then I got to perform. I'm in the booklet. Again,
so
like, it says the BeastMaster.
That's so fucking fresh, dude.
In the booklet on the Bomb House stage for the 07 Gathering. And I'm like, sweet, like another booklet that I got my mark on, you know? Like,
see, like, I don't know. I don't expect, I know the homies over at TPE, they've got the you should be in the booklet this year too. If you're going to be at the streaming
if they
event,
list all of the podcasts, then Carnival Spirits should get in the booklet. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, I'm going to be a guest. I guess I'm coming in on some of TV's time slot with my
That's what's
channel
up.
and my
Yeah,
people.
I mean, I invited Murder Mayhem Mitch to come join me. So
That's
and
dope.
we'll have, I hope to have some other special. That's my thing is I have mystery special guests. So I hope to have some guests that I'm not going to announce prior, but it's going to be a great time. It's going to be a lot.
I mean, and even if you want to do something too, like me and my camp are going to be available.
Hell yeah.
So,
well, I appreciate you, and honestly, like I don't know what everyone else is expecting. Okay,
I'm expecting you to show up at my camp at least sometime.
Oh, I will. But I mean, in terms of this event, this 2-hour gathering podcast event, like I don't know exactly how. Like you know what I mean? Like I'm not in charge. Even though I am the point person for Carnival Spirits attending, everyone who reps Carnival Spirits is invited to be a part of it. Honestly, everyone who watches Carnival Spirits is invited to come be a part of it because we're filming at the gathering. That means the spirits of the Dark Carnival, you and me, everyone that fucks with this, that's the meetup and that is the time and place. Other than that, you guys are going to have to catch me. You know what I mean? Like catch me at that, catch me at this.
Yep.
I got a lot of things I want to see. So catch me when you can. But at the podcasting event, like let's be real, that's the meetup and that's the spot. And I'm gonna fuck with everybody who shows up.
Well, I'm gonna put another meetup on your plate.
Okay.
So I don't know what's in the works, but my birthday is day 2 of the gathering. Like it's my official fucking birthday.
That's what's
up. And
up.
I think that we're gonna be doing something. So
all right. Well,
anytime day 2, dude.
We'll party. Hell yeah. Look, I'm gonna do my gathering timeline breakdown.
Cool.
In 2 weeks on the 30th. I know you're gathering early and stuff, but if people are like waiting and expecting that from me, you're gonna get it. But you're gonna get it in one episode, and it's gonna be on the 30th. So
right. Well, I'll watch it from the parking lot, bro.
Hell yeah. I mean, I'm not even going to make that one a 4-hour long video. I'm going to do it as quickly as I can, but I'm going to include everything that I've found. Like, so it's going to be like this concise, like gathering breakdown. Cool. I figure like I'm the one to do it. I mean, they're not giving us an infomercial this year. This is going to be my like fan made infomercial.
Go for it, bro.
It's just going to be me rattling off the stuff. It's the same thing everyone else has done, except everyone was doing it as the news was breaking. I've been cobbling all the announcements, and I'm going to do it day by day. I'm going to show the flyers. There may be a few things happening that you guys missed, because I see some people promoting stuff. I don't see everybody talking about everything, and
that's right.
And some things people aren't excited about, so they brush it over. And just because you're not getting a tattoo at the gathering doesn't mean it's not dope that they're offering.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
At the gathering, they were doing that 20 years ago, and I took a picture of this chick getting twisted tattooed on the back of her neck there, and for free. That list filled up like so quickly. So everybody who got a free tattoo signed up on day one. This year, I would be down to sign up for a free
I just don't want to battle a fucking open wound for like 8 days.
Yeah, but that's you in the pit. I think I'll be fine filming.
But like we're gonna be necessarily I won't be doing a lot of filming. The guy that works with me kind of behind the scenes for right now, that's going to be more of a part of my show. He's a videographer and shit. So, I mean, you're probably right, dude. Like, I'm going to get whopped into it.
If they're going to let us pick, if I can show up and be like, here, I want to get this dented copapelli, you know what I mean? This is Jay Bazaar's new shit. By the way, if you guys haven't heard Jay Bazaar's new album,
it's fire.
I got the bundle package, so I got the fucking...
They did some work. Jay Bazaar actually just come out with a video with Clockwork E, a Bill from Clockwork E, which I'm a huge fan of. Yeah, I'm familiar with Jay Bazaar, dude. He's fire.
What's up? Well, I'm repping Jay Bazaar all day. That's the homie, and I'm just saying, like, if I could bring my own tattoo ideas, I love these stickers.
Oh hell yeah!
I got a bunch of them.
I think it's like predetermined flash images is what they're going to be offering.
I got a with friends sticker. This is dope. Shout out to D Lyrical and all them. But I'm not really going to get that tattoo, but I would have like, my own design. I have an idea. Or is it just like pick an image, like they have a selection you choose from? I don't know what the rules are with the tattoos.
I think it's like a pre-selected gallery of flash images that they're going to be doing, and you just kind of like pick your shit.
I'll get a Tasmanian devil, the classic Popeye.
I think it's going to be
anchor with a banner.
Oh yeah,
it says Fago or something.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. It's like the Marine Corps symbol, but it's just like a flying Fago across the globe.
But, I mean, I would, man. I'm all about it. Like I got
that's cool.
A pretty big piece here, and I got a lot of real estate to fill. So
Yeah, but I've had my Hatchet Man for like 13, 14 years. Whenever it became like 18 or whatever, I was able to get it. So I got a Hatchet Man for my first tattoo. Then after that, it was just kind of like, super villains. Then you have the fucking JRB and other fucking shit.
Well, that's what's up. You're speaking my language. I get it.
What's up?
Yeah, but I love that about Juggalos. I think my eyes were opened early when I saw the melting pot, back in those early gatherings. And even though social media and YouTube wasn't even a thing for like years, those gatherings were wild. Word of mouth travels. It got bigger and wilder. It grew. And so that's the Juggalos role, is that we as a I don't know, counterculture, we are, it's not like things are happening to us, as we make things happen, That's what I see the gathering this year is being like heavily run by the Juggalos, And
I mean,
I'm not trying to begrudge psychopathic, because I think some people, they're looking for an excuse to shit on them, and if they if it's cheaper to book smaller acts and it's a more underground scene now, they're not paying, and they got a lot of big names that maybe people don't appreciate,
right?
But these guys have obviously their price tags are small enough where psychopathic can afford to. I don't know. I don't know how expensive it is to get KRS-One, but he is a living legend, and
yes,
you know what I mean. Like Ice Cube again, like we get KRS-One again, and I don't think people even listen to him.
I think
because if you listen to KRS-One, you would realize we're getting someone who is just as dope, if not doper, than.
Oh yeah, dude.
I'm just saying.
I think that ICP has probably played like a more conservative, like spending role this year.
Mm-hmm.
Just because like it's the gathering of the dreams, and it's all about Juggalos and what we want, and we want to gather a lot. Especially after COVID and all this other like life bullshit that's happened to all of us, we want to gather a lot. And it's not like you're not going to show up at the fucking stage and watch, but it's nobody that is going to be like too expensive. They're going to make some money, because last year was their first financial successful year of the gathering, where they weren't losing money.
Right.
So I think it's just like a building tactic, because if you think this year's gathering is fire as fuck and you're going to get like mind blown and shit, just wait till next year, because they're going to be making money again this year. And like people are like, oh, they could spend more money on the lineup or whatever. That's fine, because like all I did last year was gather and shit. So like now it doesn't even make me feel bad for not going and, like checking something out. It might be for the more hardcore and shit.
You go to Disney World and you don't ride every ride, but you take advantage of the place and you enjoy yourself, and maybe you waste some time in your hotel room, but the point is you don't have to attend every show. You don't need to like every band performing. And everyone gathers different. So even the artists themselves are fucking partying half the time and having the time of their lives. Danny Brown fucking on record, fucking, having security guards be confiscating drugs and just saying, hey, do you want them? And he's like, yeah, give me the white ones. And he doesn't even know what he's eating. Like dude's just like fucking confessing all this, because he obviously wigged out, stopped his set early, hucked his microphone into this, you know what I mean? And felt bad about it. And I just respect Danny Brown because I didn't know that he was podcasting. And so when he's podcasting and he's thinking back to last year, look, I get it. There's a lot of things said. Whatever anyone thinks about Danny Brown, I'm not the biggest fan of his music, but I do dig his music. And and
like
so
Danny
when
Brown a
he's
lot.
all bummed out, like I fucked up, and I think maybe
That juggler was fuck, bro. We all fuck up, and then like the next day we're like, oh,
yeah. Shaggy told him it's okay, it's cool, Like that's how I feel. It's like all's forgiven. You know what I mean? Like I have other friends that
it was
got a
spoken
little
about
wigged out at the gathering and had a bad day at the gathering, and you live.
Bro, they literally talk about similar situations in the song "Homies." You like when you're like he gets drunk like a drunk, or he drinks like a fucking fish, and then starts hugging again. Like, I mean that's literally what that shit was. Is Danny Brown had a fit, then he was like, I fucked up. Everybody's like, it's cool, and then he hugged everybody and went about his business, dude.
It's definitely what is a juggalo from Great Malenko, and it's absolutely the case where Danny Brown is a juggalo. Real recognizes real. I like his honesty, where he's just like, yo, when you come down from Adderall, like everything sucks, it's the worst, and so he was just like feeling like he failed life and that show and juggalos, because he was coming down off of Adderall or whatever the fuck he took. So he gets a pass. You know what I mean? Like I've had bad times too. You know what? A lot of times when I burn bridges with people, it's only because I'm acting out and and
an impulsive decision.
Everyone's guilty of making bad decisions, bad communication, and sometimes you just got to eat humble pie and recognize that's my whole thing, is that I'm not trying to move forward in life with any toxic traits, and I gotta, it's not like I'm in AA or anything, but I really do not feel the same way as I used to in my dirty 30s. And so when I butt heads with people and stuff, I always think like people hold grudges forever, because I'm really good at holding a grudge, but I've actually let go of a lot of grudges. I'm not even mad at Twisted anymore in my heart.
That shows progress in life, bro.
I really don't even care about Twisted, like, and how they did. Like, that's the thing, is I will talk about it honestly. I have so many friends that love Twisted's music, and I'm just like, I can't even listen to them anymore. But you know what? I'm not mad anymore.
Like me and so we're talking about like channel and content and opinion. I don't cover M&E content for the sole reason like they become irrelevant to me when they chose to do other things and have the opinion about doing other things that they've developed.
Yeah.
So my kind of perspective is you're just kind of like, let them die. Just don't talk about them. Let them go. You know what I mean? And so like, I'm not one of those people that's going to like, and there's other people that do. And I mean, because like, depending on like what side of the fence you sit on, like Twisted's relevant or they're not. And they still, project to that crowd, which is going to get views and stuff. But I just don't beat on Twisted for the fact that they chose to be bitches and do other shit. You know what I mean? Like that's just not my cup of tea, and that's where I'm going to leave it at. It's going to get cold and it's going to become irrelevant and thrown in the trash. But if you want to not become irrelevant, you're going to come back, make you're going to reconcile and wind up back in the microwave to get heated back up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What do you feel about the mystery performance? I want to know. Like, I mean, I've heard a lot of names thrown around, everything from Dark Lotus to Blase Rose to Suicide Boys to Jump Steady to, you know what I mean? Like, it really is.
It comes down to two things, in my personal opinion. And it's either going to be a Jump Steady set, which is what you said, or it's going to be ICP announcing that Mikey Clark is producing that's the seminar. That's my prediction for the seminar. Is they're going to announce that Mikey Clark's going to produce the final Joker's card
of the second deck. Yeah.
Of the second deck. The mystery performance is either going to be a Jump Steady performance or it's going to be dude, he's got Fat Nick and Puya playing. So like, is it a Shakewell coming out for like a Puya / Fat Nick fucking performance? I don't really know. I really don't see anything else fitting into that fucking time slot. during that night that's relevant to what's going on? I really don't know. It's a big ass question mark.
Yeah, I mean, other times when they've had question marks, it's been, you know, some dope hip hop, you know, and some short sets. So it really
Who
could be.
fucking knows?
It really could be anyone. I mean, anyway, I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that because it's coming up quick. You know, we're all going to find out soon enough.
Oh yeah, oh for sure.
Oh, fucking fun. I'm definitely you know, still content to continue streaming, but just by the chance that you want to wrap it up, you do.
Oh, I was gonna offer, like, I've got a little bit more time, but
Yeah.
if there's any like clips you want to show or just like display, or you want to like cut to a commercial, I don't know what the fuck you do most of the time.
I got another Hex clip if you want to see that.
Go roll that, and I'm gonna go take a piss.
All right, cool.
And,
so I'll play a couple video clips. We'll take a little intermission. All right,
Cool.
sounds good. This is which one did we play? We played Ruthless. So this is, see, I told Hex I got your whole set. I'm only going to share snippets. People got to go to the Wicked Warlords tour to catch the whole thing. All right, but here's another song, and he actually shouts me out in the beginning. It's pretty dope.
Yeah. West Coast wicked shit. Yeah, shout out to BeastMasteR in the motherfucking house. Yo, all they talk about a pod, I'ma teach you how to die. Got the pot of weed ass, but we in the gang stock. Bitch, every suicide, and you tryna fuck with I've been living on that wicked west side. I be killing it time, I've been smoking every time. When you love, I grab a slice, for a song, my night, look, it's smoking night. Kind of possessed, so much that I know it's all X in the chest. This all G-Max, got my stripes out, right? You know this soft neck, keep the bitches wet. They ain't on me, fuck up. The nigga make bitch, got to be sucking no dildo. Military dog, and I'm moving through the grave. Moving like a wave with shadows over my face. It's like kind of pain, over through the death rate. See, I feel them all, that's just like your own change, you know that? In the 90s, I was a kid. Growing up in the 70s, so it was a twin. But now I'm rocking like this. Still fuck up big. Yeah. Tell it all. Put the motherfucking guns up right now, like. So my casket here, put them up. I'm all that West Coast with this shit. Voices in my head trying to deal with. So I keep the head with the foes with. West Coast with this shit. West Coast with this shit. West Coast. With the dog in the cup, body in the chalk, just got all the stuff. Pussy, you ain't talk, you ain't really got it. I can't get ass fast, pull up. I doubt it, that's not it. The freeway, yo, it's shit in my lap. All this back shit, got that pussy up. All backs, no cap, hey man, what the fuck? When that walk up, I'm out of these blood. I got one I'm trying to deal with, so I keep that blood lit. Top pills, so let's get some dope splits. You want that house shit, how you go twin? That's how you get your down split. Look, in the 90s I was a kid. Growing up in the 70s, so it was a trend. But now I'm rocking like this. But it's still fuck a bitch. You already know, man. See my kids get dead. I'm on that West Coast with this shit. What's in my head trying to deal with? Come on. West Coast, take a shit. West Coast, take a shit. West Coast, take a shit. Hell yeah. Y'all having a good time tonight, brother? Cloud up. I stay away. You gotta stay away. And repeat after me on this next one, alright? Yeah. West Coast do this shit. 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 West Coast do this shit.
That was awesome. You can find that video, both those video clips I played are up on my other Video Graveyard YouTube channel. It's BeastMaster was here, and I got more footage to come. I'll post like a couple of Ouija songs after the stream, and I am going to hold off on posting the majority of my footage until after the tour is over, out of respect for the tour, not because honestly, I really want these guys to succeed and to keep the train rolling, and so everyone's got to come out and see this shit. I would recommend it because I'm not even going to front. The show that I went to was small, it was a small crowd, and they brought the energy regardless. And I've only seen Ouija play huge fucking crowds like gatherings, Hallowickeds. First time I saw him was at the Juggalo March. So that was the smallest crowd I had seen him perform at. They were, I think maybe Hallowicked was smaller than the March. I don't remember exactly, but that just felt hype because it was my first Hallowicked in Detroit when I went. So you know what I mean? Like Ouija puts it fucking down. Hex puts it down. Definitely got to see it live. As a bona fide concert junkie, I definitely co-sign these guys. Like go see them multiple times. It's always a good time. There's some live performers that are just fucking just like that. They are performers and they're fun to watch. That crowd interaction that's there. Ouija knows how to work a crowd, and his songs are fun. I think your mic might be mute still, but it's okay. I've been talking anyway. Yeah, you're good now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like I have recently, I did a deep dive on Ouija Mac. I was telling this to Team MUJ. I listened to everything from Trash Fire all the way to Fallen Angelic, like every album in order. It took me 2 days, and I determined that Ouija Mac has been getting better and better with each release, and now I'm fucking hype as fuck for Stalewind.
So like, since we're talking about Ouija Mac, I'm gonna be the Jeff that says that like I really didn't know who Swagtooth was before Ouija, and listening to a lot of Swagtooth albums, like that guy's really progressed in his lyrical prowess and his content creation since Swagtooth.
I mean, I'd heard a couple Swagtooth songs, but I think only because they had a track with Blaze Your Dead Homie. You know what I mean? So
yeah, that was off that was off their last album that they did, which was Dead York. I know what you're talking about.
I'm the type of juggalo that if Blaze Your Dead Homie has a track with someone and I come across it, I'm going to listen to that shit. And I believe that's the first time I ever heard Swagtooth. And I do remember maybe seeing the name again, right? Swagtooth on some things. But when Ouija got signed, I was kind of like relying on Cali Green Too Fresh and his expertise in the underground, because Cali Green Too Fresh was into all that shit. He followed everybody. He knew all about Darby O'Trill.
I think the song that you're talking about is No Love with Blaze Your Dead Homie and Scum.
Okay.
Because that's the only.
And then of course Don Chaos, born and raised in Colorado, has been our LSP affiliate on Carnival Spirits. Even though he moved to Florida, like because of Don Chaos, I have been so kept up on LSP, whether I want to be or not, because Don Chaos is like ride or die.
I am too now. I am too.
What's up. I mean, I got a lot of love for Scum. I've seen him a number of times. I've been.
You said Don Chaos is in Colorado?
Well, no, he used to be. He moved to Florida now, but he used to be in Colorado. Yeah, he just left. Actually, you guys missing each other.
Yeah, because I'm actually about to be making the flow to Denver area, and the two reasons that I'm going to be doing that is opportunity, and I really want to start covering fucking Scum and LSP, dude.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, it's good shit. I mean, he's got a pretty dope, legacy that he's left behind, or he's leaving behind. I like artists with these labels, all these little labels. I dig it. I mean, it's taken a while, but I feel like we finally come to a place where artists are DIYing it instead of trying to get signed by the gorilla.
Mhm.
You know that it used to be the dream to get signed by someone else. Now the dream is to do it yourself, right?
Right. Do it yourself and work alongside your idols in the same format, I think is the new dream.
But I would argue that Psychopathic has always put on dope artists and introduced us to dope artists with like the debut album, and then everything after that was really on them.
Yep.
So they gave us Most Tasteless, you know, they gave us, you know, Hatchet Warrior, you know, they gave us One Less G in
Harvest.
the Hood, you know. So
Was
they
it the Harvest? Like Boondocks' first introduction was the Harvest?
Yeah, it was the Harvest. And you know, so I'm just saying those first albums were the ones that had the heavy hand of Violent J and the Mikey Clark production and all the features and then the sophomore releases were always more of the DIY. You know, ABK's Dirty History really was more ABK.
Right. I love that album.
Twisted Freak Show. Historically, they presented it and said, "Here, check it out. We've done this." You know, they didn't. Psychopathic didn't do it with them. You know. Same thing with Blaze and Colton Grundy. The sound changed, right? And Blaze was like, I mean, I love Colton Grundy, all right? Some songs on there, but it didn't have that Psychopathic. It was different, you know? And and the list goes on and on. I think what I'm saying is Ouija Mac, you know, Big Hoodoo. It's the same with all these guys. It's just the first album. It's just the first album. Gutter Water.
Has,
that's it.
Well, I mean, we have people in the game now that I think weren't that was lacking. I mean, you got Devereaux and DJ Chunk now, and at the time they had like DJ Clay and stuff who would DJ and stuff.
Yeah.
But like Devereaux makes fucking beats for everybody, and like he's a juggalo and shit, and he's honestly, in my opinion, the best thing that's happened to our culture since Mikey Clark, as far as production value, because like without a lot of Devereaux shit, like Ouija shit wouldn't exist.
I would say that he is definitely the rising star, you know, in the studio, and I actually knew way more of his shit working with like Darby O'Trill and stuff than. So when I caught up on Ouija Mac's, you know, catalog, you know, that first Gutter Water has the ICP feature in it.
Yep.
ICP hasn't been in a Ouija Mac album since, and now I think they'll be on the last one of this Element saga, right?
Yeah, this upcoming has got a Violent J on a track.
I'm really feeling Ouija Mac right now. If you guys can't tell, you know, I'm really kind of new on board. Like I've always supported him. I always felt like he was a good. He always made us look good. Like he was always inclusive and standing up for shit. You know, using his voice, really putting his foot down against a lot of like bigotry and sexism and all that shit. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure.
I dig it. I dig him. And it was like,
He's
I wish
the
I
gap.
liked the music more. So
he was the gap that Twisted didn't cover. You know what I mean? Like when all the falling off happened, he filled the gap.
Because I wasn't really going to be like, all right, like I'm going to be a psychopathic soldier and just listen to Ouija Mac out of spite or something. I needed to, I don't know. I didn't have time for it, but when I made time for it, I really listened to it. And man, like I love, like he has got like,
he's blessed, dude.
He has got skills with his, you know, a way with words, you know, and I can just see him sitting there smoking a blunt, saying something, and then flipping it, and then saying this, and it may be like, you know, silly or whatever, but so is old school ICP music. You know what I mean? Like,
dude, most of those albums were probably written around the times where they had a party one night and it was just like the boys and shit, and they were all talking about random shit, and they were like, bro, this is fire, we should do a song about this topic, and they would put it out.
You know, they got songs where they're like, you know, if I got a booger in my nose, I'ma pick it. Like, you know, it's shit, man. Ouija Mac has a just a really dope fucking
he's embraced the whole outlook of I'm Juggalo and I'm not what you expect and what society expects, and I'm still gonna live my fucking life, and you're gonna like it or you're not. And if you fuck with it, you're gonna fuck with it.
I really, as an old school juggalo, was just appreciative that he was always respectful of ICP. He's on board. He marched. So I was like, hell yeah, I'm all about Ouija Mac, on paper, but I wasn't really bumping the music and fucking vibing to it. And now I have, he's probably going to be in my top 5 Spotify at the end of 2022 over the fact that I now know which songs are my favorite songs. Devereaux is all over that shit. And it's just, like I said, each album is better and better. I'm telling you, you go back, Gutter Water is my least favorite out of all of them. Now that I've heard all of them. Yeah. I'm just saying they just get better and better and better. I'm a broken record, but it's like, I got to tell a funny story. This is a true story. I go to the dispensary the other day and I'm wearing this shirt because I just got it,
Of course.
Just got it. So I'm wearing it. And there's a line at the dispensary because of COVID. They only let a certain amount of people in, so we're waiting in line. And then finally someone leaves and I can go, you know what I mean? And finally, so they only let a few people in at a time, that bullshit. And so I get in there and I'm getting my stuff, and then the kid that comes behind me, he's just waiting patiently behind me. Right. And I'm just doing small talk
with people around you and shit.
Dispensary clerk is, scooping my flour. Okay. And, he's like just casually asking me like, how's your weekend going? And I said, hey, I just went to a concert last night and it was awesome. And I was like, well, it was actually really small. Like I'm from the East Coast and I'm used to fucking shows, packed house, like wild, like it was actually pretty tame.
Right.
But the performances were great. Like, and the small group of people were having a good time. But you know what I mean? I was just explaining that to him. And I was just like, luckily we were seeing people that are going to give an A performance, even though it's a small show. Like, I appreciate that.
Bro, that's been one of the secrets of magic, in my opinion, with ICP.
Well, that's
psychopathic all these years.
Max credit, okay, and that's why I'm talking about him, and that's why I'm repping him, because he's on. I mean, look, he's still on the Hatchet. The Hatchet is still on his albums, and if you listen to the shit, maybe as an old school juggalo, like, you have to have a shift of opinion. If at one point you're not impressed with every underground rapper like dropping juggalo in their music and trying to emulate ICP, and it gets a little watered down, whatever. But like after all these years, you know what I mean? Like Ouija Mac is doing it with a little bit of finesse, and now I hear it and just like loving the music now as I am. I'm loving the Easter eggs where he's dropping references and Fago and 17 and so if you can just get over any hangups you have about, you know what I mean, about life and music and repping this and that, just listen to the music. It's fun, It's wicked fun. So I'm enjoying it, and a lot of it has to do with Devereaux. I can't front because Devereaux's production is all over that shit, and his beats are fucking amazing. I fuck with all of his styles. The metal.
And bro, what's cool about
his Castle Hill shit, all his Darby O'Trill shit. You know what I mean?
What's cool about Devereaux and Shaggy the Airhead too is like they work within the community. Like you can literally Devereaux and Shaggy put out beats all the fucking time that you can go buy.
Yeah.
And do some shit on. And
they'll has tracks with like Shaggy the Airhead, Ouija Mac. Yeah.
Devereaux's produced some of his shit. Like I've probably got Eric Humble Among is one of my really, really good friends in life at this point. And a lot of his fucking music has been produced alongside with Devereaux and Shaggy. And that shows you, bro, like they're willing to work with people trying to upcome in the scene that they deem like worthy to fuck with and shit. And it's cool, bro. Like you don't see any other producer doing that type of shit.
Well, I fucking hadn't heard Humble Among's music, so when I after talking to him, I went and I checked out his music, and
the dude puts down
what
for
I do,
Juggalos.
I go and I started at the beginning and I listened to the first album, or I listened to the oldest thing that was on his Spotify, which was in 2012, which is the same year that my last album came out, and I'm like, that's dope. That's like 10 years ago. And then all these albums he's put out in the past 10 years, he just got his start right when I kind of quit. Or it didn't quit, but I kind of fell off.
Dude, he's one of my good friends, and I didn't discover his music until about 2 years ago.
Hell yeah!
And then you go back and look on his older shit, and you're like, "That's fire, dude." It was still pretty good back then.
Well, literally,
and then
the
now
day after I listened to it, I listened to this first album, and then like a day or two later, he was talking about it, saying, "Hey, 10 years ago today, I put this out," and he's like. I forget what he said, but he's like, "Oh, it's not that good," or "I got way better." And I was like, I was impressed by that. I actually like that first album.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's really good. Like, he's got bars,
And another thing that's really cool about Humble Among's music is he puts out like a seasonal album every year. It's like whether it's Halloween
right, the
or
Valentine's
Easter
Day, yeah.
Like if it's a major like societal like pivot point. Like holiday or whatever the fuck, like he produces an album or a mixtape for whatever that evolves around, which is really cool, in my opinion. You don't see a whole lot of people do that shit,
Have you ever heard of the Buckwheat Groats?
I'm not gonna front. I've never have.
They played the Gathering once, maybe a Hallowicked once. They're like a hip hop parody group,
Okay.
I've had the pleasure of meeting them and seeing them do some shows with friends, but they got a song dedicated to Arbor Day. Arbor Day is probably not the holiday that you would expect to
like
be
go plant
celebrated.
some. Is that plant some trees?
I don't know. Yeah, Mayflower dances, like
hell yeah.
Look up Buckwheat Groats Arbor Day, and I guarantee you're going to go down a rabbit hole because they got way better songs. You're going to want to listen. You're going to want to watch the videos because the videos are where it's at with them. The visual and the audio match. Or I'm just saying it's like an SNL parody. It's funny as fuck. Yeah, Buckwheat Groats.
So they're the Steel Panther of rap.
Yeah, you can say that. Oh my god, I'm so hyped for Steel Panther. Have you seen
me too, dude. No, they're on my bucket list, and when they got announced for the Gathering, I'm like, fuck yeah, dude. I'm gonna get to see Fat Girl live, dude. That's like one of my favorite fucking songs from them.
Juggalos are in for a treat.
Oh, 100%.
Juggalos are in for a treat. Because
100%.
I've been to a number of Steel Panther shows, and I gotta say, as a child of the 80s who actually is a fan of classic hair metal bands, not all of them, I'm really not into all of them, but I got a few that I still love to this day, and they are great musicians, so they're able to like
yeah, dude.
it's like on some Weird Al level where Weird Al doesn't fuck around musically. He's a performer, and then the parody just takes it to another level. Steel Panther is hilarious live. I would tell you right now, like the shit they say in between songs is part of the show. Like,
I wouldn't doubt it.
Watch, it's hilarious. They fucking work the crowd. Everything they say is bullshit. They're in character. It's like watching Violent J or Moon Glorious. Like these guys are here and they are funny.
One of the funniest things that I've ever seen from them. So I viewed a lot of their like online like concert footage and shit.
Yeah.
And like they mentioned like I think one of their songs names is like a truck stop hooker from Oklahoma or whatever, and they literally talk about like a prostitute on meth. And I'm like, holy shit! The whole fucking song is just like this Guns N' Roses, Def Leppard type fucking hair metal, and they're talking about like snorting lines of fucking crank, and they find this bitch to fuck one night, and I'm like, bro, this is fucking hilarious.
I cannot wait to hear what they have to say to Juggalos. I can't wait.
I here's the thing about Steel Panther. If you like titties, expect to see the most probably titties that you ever get to see pulled out during the entire gathering. If you're listening to Steel Panther, they're going to ask you to pull your titties out.
All right, let me just, I'm going to spill the beans right now. I mean, I was saving this from my gathering infomercial. I mean, it's still going to be a part of my gathering infomercial, but I'll tell you right now, if you don't know, Steel Panther has a song called 17 Girls in a Row. And when they do it live, they invite the girls to go up on stage, kind of like ICP does with a little something, something. And then they do a song called Glory Hole. It's fucking awesome. And I'm just saying, 17 girls in a row. It's fucking awesome. Get ready, guys. It's going to be lit.
Yeah, it's like they have and it's funny because like they're a parody hair metal band, right? But they literally have a guitarist at their disposal who's like world class.
Yeah,
like
no,
you can go.
He used to play with Rob Halford of Judas Priest. They were in the band called Fight together. Yeah, so that's the thing is these guys are legit like guitar prodigies, and that's why they can do these parodies because you know they're so good that they can fucking joke around and mimic styles and play something that sounds like Van Halen, but it's like, oh
yeah,
shit,
but it's
it
not
morphs into something else, and so they give you a medley,
bro.
and
It's like
really lean into it, you know, like
it's like Van Halen if they wanted to talk about doing bitches in the ass and snorting blow and partying all the time.
They recently, you know, been releasing Van Halen covers. That I mean, honestly, the lead singer, he was a Van Halen cover band singer before he got plucked to do Steel Panther.
Well, so like with the Van Halen shit, like in that Eddie's son has picked up the mantle and is doing his own thing too, like with a tribute to Eddie. Because I remember after hearing the Van Halen died and shit on the radio, and I was like, damn, Van Halen died, dude. That's shit.
Was a while ago though, right?
Yeah, that was a couple years ago. And
I haven't heard anything about Van Halen. I only heard about Pantera.
Bro, we're gonna bring that shit up again. So here's the thing, and I'm just gonna spit this out and get my bitching about the Pantera reunion tour, if you want to fucking call it that.
All right.
The only good thing about the Pantera fucking reunion shit is Zakk Wylde is actually gonna do some shit, which is the only person close to fucking Dimebag's even playing. It's not Pantera because I can remember a time when I seen Phil Anselmo on fucking stage give the Heil Hitler salute and talk about white supremacy bullshit. Like it was just dumb. And
you witnessed it with your own eyes?
It was like what was that band that he was playing with?
He's in a couple bands. I can't remember the names.
It was the Collision. It was the whatever Collision bullshit. They did a show with them. And it was Phil himself, and like he got super trashed and was talking about like some dumb shit, and then like did like a Heil Hitler salute, and we were like, "What the fuck are you doing, dude?"
I canceled. Yeah, I seen some memes, you know, of him throwing his arm up, like hailing Hitler, and I've heard that. You know, I've heard about that,
bro. Like Phil's comments. And it shouldn't be viewed as that because like if anyone says anything in music, like it shouldn't be taken literal. But when you do it in a interview format and then you blame fucking Vinnie Paul and Dimebag for all your fucking bullshit, and then they get killed for it. Like there's some responsibility to be claimed.
Are you serious? Like I'm a little bit out of the know on that. You know.
The whole reason that Dimebag got shot on stage is because Phil opened his fucking mouth about bullshit, and then somebody took it literal and literally brought a gun to fucking Damage Plan and shot fucking Dimebag on stage, bro, because of something Vinnie Paul said.
See, I wasn't aware of that, and that's the kind of tea that you know. I mean, shit. I just watched a video where Little White. Is it Little White?
Oh yeah, he's talking about all his experience with 3-6 Mafia. And shit.
Right.
I literally just watched all that shit too.
It's a 10-minute video, but you know the title clickbaited me into watching it, and I'm glad I did. because I didn't,
There's
that's interesting to hear
There's
about
multiple interviews. It's the same YouTuber, but he broke it down into segments.
Okay.
It's like his time with 3-6, and then one of the other videos is like the Oxycontin controversy that he went through.
Ooh, I'm gonna have to look for those, but I watched the one where he talked about getting signed and just the trouble that it brought him because it was all his friends, and then they're like
showing up
hey.
at Hypnotized Minds before he did because he had to fucking work and shit, and then he was the only one to get signed. And after all that shit,
there's good news and there's bad news. The good news is we're signing you. The bad news is it's just you. And
bro,
oh man. Oh
here's
man,
here's the
like
thing.
The Doors, like Jim Morrison, and
well, it shows a lot too in that interview. Also, when Little White's talking to the guy that's interviewing, and all his friends were in the conference room talking about bitches and gold and all the shit that they were going to buy, and he walked down. He was like, and he walked down the hallway and started looking at records and thinking about his life and shit. And DJ Paul came out and was like, "You want one of those motherfuckers?" And he's like, "I want every one of them." And he's like, "Your friends want something different." And he's like, "I'm about the music and what I want to do."
Dude just like separated himself. Like those guys were too busy fucking
getting high and fucking bitches, dude.
And like you said, they were asking questions about the watches and the cars. Like they were just impressed by the flashy, the fortune,
Yeah.
Fucking I only say that because he went through some shit. He said that they came to beat him up and they beat his mom's up and
oh yeah, they hired a crackhead to come to his mom's house and like beat everybody up or some shit.
Yeah, and they had to go and have street justice, and he's like fighting people, and eventually like they all got in trouble for other things and are locked up or dead. But I mean, look, everybody's going through some struggle. You know what I mean? Everyone's fighting a battle you don't know about. Even
mental health is a thing,
artists,
bro.
I really I feel like everyone's just trying to survive, in all situations, and that people are trying to keep their livelihoods, and quite honestly, like the gathering last year was my favorite gathering.
Okay,
like
cool.
after everyone missing a year, I think people they appreciated it more, it just felt so good to be back, and I expect the same vibes this year. I really do. Because I think that's actually the new vibe, for the 2020s. Mm-hmm. It's the new roaring 20s, and it's pretty fresh. It is. I mean, if you look at decades, you got the 90s and you got the 80s and the 70s.
Right.
I mean, shit, I was born in 78, but I don't remember the 70s, I grew up with Fraggle Rock and shit, 80s shit. Transformers, G.I.
Right
Joe.
well,
G.I. Joe has been around since the 50s, I think, but like Batman has been around forever. But things that kind of become a part of the zeitgeist. And then I would say that you, me, everyone, like despite age difference and whenever, like all of us are kind of lucky as fuck to be alive right now at this point in time in history. In the big picture of things, if you satellite it, I would say right now is like the best time to be alive. And I still think ICP is slept on and kind of like a secret. I mean, it's like hiding in plain sight. You can see it happening, and that's why people that are like, oh, I don't know, it's like dip your toe.
Here's the thing. It's going to be cool to be a juggalo when, or if, I'm going to say a big if because I don't believe it. But if there's ever a time that VH1 does ICP and the Juggalos fucking episode, and they talk about the legacy of like ICP and the Juggalos, like that's when we're going to become popular. Is when the after the fucking fact.
Man, didn't they say they were going to do documentaries like back when they were doing the Carnival of Carnage show? They were trying to raise money for a John Kickjazz documentary, and they had other documentaries that they were shopping out to Netflix and stuff. And I just feel like, something's going to happen with the footage, and these documentaries will be seen sometime, somehow, whether it's DVD, not DVD, but they're going to find a streaming service that's going to I don't know. I really don't know how they're going to do it. Usually they put out their own shit, so it's a DVD.
Well,
but I feel like that
so like
kind of old now too. You know.
And this is a great. I'm going to plug my own shit for a second,
go
but this
for
is
it.
this is a great opportunity to talk about. So you talk about Netflix and doing deals and shit. Just did an interview with Tom Putnam, the director of United States of Insanity, and he was talking about like Netflix turning them down or possibly talking to him or whatever. And outside of psychopathic, dealt merchandise that they've put out themselves, like Family Underground and all that shit, there's been really no streaming service that's like picked up on their shit or done anything outside of like Tubi, which is now put United States of Insanity free to view and stuff on their streaming service. I think that's the only fucking Juggalo streaming or like Juggalo content that's ever been on a streaming service.
Well, check it out. Voodoo. Have you ever heard of Voodoo? As
right.
They have it. United States of Insanity is on Voodoo, and they just had the summer sale, and it went for sale for $5 a couple weeks ago. I don't know if it's actually still on sale, but you can buy a digital copy of it for $5 and have it in your library on Voodoo. I have it. I bought it for $10 because I got it when it came out full price because I don't give a fuck, because I'm going to support the Wicked Clowns in that movie. And shout out to Tom Putnam and you for interviewing him. That was a great video. You and Humble Among schooled it, and it was a great watch. And I learned a lot because I haven't seen the behind, the
commentary track. Yeah, that's where Humble shine, bro.
About the commentary were so informative. It was great.
Yeah, that's why I chose Humble to be a part of that because out of all us YouTube juggalos, he's one of the more well-spoken ones and knowledgeable people. Like he will deep dive into like shit that I've never even fucking thought of. And he pulled it through for the Tom Putnam interview, which like, if you want to go back to my channel and watch that interview, you're definitely going to see him shine with better questions. Cause I'm just like kind of there and hosting the shit.
Yeah,
and,
as co-hosts, you guys just had a fun conversation with him. He had a lot.
He's a fucking juggalo, dude.
Yeah,
he's fucking
cool.
juggalo.
He's cool. I hadn't really heard him speak so candidly like that before. So that was a treat. Now I want to listen to the commentary. Like that's a goal of mine. I got to find a VHS player somewhere because I do own the DVD. I just, I can make it happen. But there's things on my to-do list. Like I'm still putting off listening to the entire audiobook because I read the book when it came out, but the audiobook is going to take some time for me to listen to the whole thing. I know everyone else has probably already heard it. I love how Joker's Gallery takes parts that are relevant and makes his, serializes it, and like anything that is in the Jekyll Brothers era, he includes in this Jekyll Brothers documentary, as well as other things. So I'm just saying that audiobook, I haven't actually listened to it from beginning to end, like I just did with Ouija Mac's fucking catalog of music.
Oh, I didn't know he did that.
I get there.
I didn't know he did one.
What, the audiobook?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was I want to say it was around like 2000.
Can you find it on Amazon? Like what is it, Audible?
I want to say maybe it was like in between Bang Pow Boom and Mighty Death Pop,
No shit.
Or actually maybe after Mighty Death Pop, because I know that Young Wicked was working in the studio and making beats, and he did produce a lot of Missing Link and stuff. So it was probably during that era when Young Wicked, because I think Young Wicked did a lot of, studio production stuff on that too, I believe.
Yeah. And then,
but like you said, like the irrelevant music that I don't listen to, it doesn't bother me, but I almost feel like, talking on Carnival Spirits, seeing everyone else repping other, bands I don't follow, but it's cool. Everyone has their thing, some juggalos are into artists that are on M&E or like Zooligans, sub labels and shit. Like I got a lot of friends that are Zooligans. I got a lot of friends that are, what's Buckshot's thing?
fuck,
I
don't
know
know.
it's mob
I don't
style,
listen.
mob style weirdos.
Mm.
I got friends that rep mob style weirdos, right? And then I got some juggalos that are like hard nosed ICP psychopathic juggalos, tried and true. You know, they don't fuck with other things, and then I got friends. All I care about is don't hate on ICP. How about that? That's the line I draw. Don't hate on ICP, and I'll fucking love everybody.
My kind of line, yeah, my line's a little bit broader than yours. It's kind of like don't hate on juggalos, you know.
Yeah.
And everybody can claim love for juggalos, but we know fake fucking love when we see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know. I just like I just try to imagine like other fan bases. You know, like you go into a fan group of any other band. You know, do you ever see fans of a band like hating on each other, like fucking with you know what I mean? Like,
you know, you don't see it.
It's weird. It's weird. Like I've seen fans get angry at the band for things. Like I was just talking about how REM had the 44th anniversary of their debut EP, and they released it.
God damn.
They released like, you know, they re-release a 41-year-old EP as like a single cassette for the first time ever, and the vinyl, and you could only ever get it when it was attached to the back of like a honestly like a Forgotten Freshness type, you know, compilation. Then they tag on their first EP at the end, and that's how you could get it before. So 41 years later, they're releasing it as a single re-release. Fans are like, thank you, but there's no B-sides, there's no extra shit. There's, you know what I mean? They know that there's like
You're
demos,
getting what you get.
and the fans are mad, and the fans are vocal, and the fans are, and I'm reading, and I'm like, oh my god, these are
Spoiled people.
These are like 50, 60-year-old fucking marks that are like triggered, and they're mad, and just like these are just like juggalos getting all pissed off about Joker's cards, and I'm like, wow, it's not just juggalos. People are just fucking crazy obsessed about their.
We can be real. The same people that bitched about that, the first person they told about their fucking discomfort with that album was their mom, because they live in the other room. And they're like, Mom, this album sucks. Well, why is that? Because they didn't do the shit that I wanted.
You know, 60-year-olds living with their parents.
Oh shit!
Look, I love the fact that they're always releasing you know, rare shit, forgotten freshnesses, featured freshness, whatever the fuck. Give me all the B-sides, give me all the outtakes, you know, give me all the demos, give me all the live cuts, give me the remixes. I love ICP remixes. You know, you said Devereaux is the best to come around in a while, but I really do
on
like
there
the stuff
too.
that Kuma and Seven bring to the table. And
I'm not hating on Kuma, man.
Yeah, you know, I
the
mean,
remix albums of the Wraith and Shangri-La were some of my favorite. Like the Kuma remix.
well, yeah, and that's a whole mixed bag of people on production that you know, like KMK, Monoxide. I mean, just people producing. I don't know. People, maybe remixes are not everyone's favorite. You know, nothing's better than the original. But have you heard about DJ Clay bringing back "Let 'Em Bleed"?
Really?
Yeah, you want to?
No, this is my first hearing of it.
Yo, check this out. This is a clip that we got right off of Shaggy and the Creep like a week ago. Check this out.
Oh shit!
I mean, what's coming from Clay in the vault?
Ooh, a bunch of dope music. We got 2 new studio albums coming out. One from Bales, one from Jason the Sin God. And then I'm going head first into Let 'Em Bleed 5.
Oh,
I am very hyped for that. I am very hyped.
I've heard rumors.
You heard it here first.
It's not. It was rumors. It's hearsay. It was little hints and notices on the interwebs.
Get off your phone, Joey.
Now, guess what?
Huh?
It's legit if it's here.
Shag's on his phone.
Shag's on his phone.
Yeah,
He's like, it's my boy Spotlight, so I'm gonna go check the fucking comments.
But yeah, that's cool, right? DJ Clay gonna give us probably some new remixes, some new tracks.
I bought Volume 2 on its album release date back when Hastings was a store around my area, which they've went bankrupt and shit. But I showed up at like midnight or whatever the fuck they were doing new albums, and in my area, and Let 'Em Bleed Volume 2 was one of the first things that I bought that
That's
night.
the thing about Let 'Em Bleed is those were like packaged as if they were mixtapes, and even they looked like they were records. Like the CD looked like a little record and a record player.
Yeah, dude.
Like so it was intentional, like to because that's the thing. Mixtapes were a thing. They were putting out their first ones. I forgot to show you guys the keychain, the J Bazaar keychain. I just realized it came with the swag bag. Yeah, it's a lot of fun reminiscing. You know, I got just a treasure trove of photos and an archive of memorabilia that I'm pretty much set now to you know, just little by little share it all, or you know, just showcase all of it. Maybe a little show and tell on YouTube here and there.
Right.
You know, I think collectors appreciate that shit. I see
hell
other
yeah.
people doing it, and I gotta say, I am always inspired by other juggalos. I think it's safe to say that juggalos inspire each other. I mean, you see a lot of copycatting a lot of times when something's fire. You know, people are trying to you know what I mean, level up, and so I think we're all in a really good position. If people are fucking thriving, you know, having fun. Like I'm not into everyone's streams. Like I'm not into video game streams. I don't like watching people play games. That's not my thing. But all power to you, people on Twitch and stuff. There's an audience for that. Just like there's an audience for my dumbass. Like I couldn't. I could not listen to myself talk for 5 hours.
I don't know why anybody fucking watches my ass, dude. I got 200 subscribers, and I don't know why any of y'all subscribe.
Well, you're gonna get more because everyone watching this is gonna go subscribe to the Gather Network, okay? And the link to your channel is gonna be in the description. I'll throw it in there. You know, we're dual streaming on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. We're all live on the same time. On Carnival Spirits and BeastMasteR accounts. So there's like 8 different videos out there, and I'm gonna go spam every one of them with a link to your channel. So, or put it in the, at least put it in the description of this video so that you know you can find it, click it, subscribe, and keep up. You know what I mean? Because I like the content. I already told you we chopped it up. I really hadn't been paying attention to a lot of what was going on YouTube because I was dealing with my own shit. And I just relocated, and now I'm like, I don't know, I'm reinventing myself. I got all these new plans. I'm going to change my format real soon. After the gathering, everything's going to change in my format. But I look around and I see all these channels that weren't around 3, 4, 5 years ago. So a lot of shit has changed, and I like the changes. You know, like all bullshit aside, I think there's some dope content, and I have been like a big fan of juggalos. Creative juggalos, you know, I like the artists, I like the painters, I like, you know, the Wicked Dreams creations, you know what I mean, the Pink Pandemoniums, the fucking Bone Road, you know, Cancel Bone Road, Dead Canvas. These motherfuckers are awesome. Tom Wood all day, and Tom Putnam, man, you know, like he put little juggalo Easter eggs in his other movies. Like,
yeah, dude, and it's just like you watch that shit and you're like, oh, this guy's definitely down with the clown.
Yeah, that's why you guys got to go subscribe to the Gather Network. Check out the Tom Putnam interview, and then check in to see what shenanigans go down at the gathering, because we're obviously both there. We're both going to be filming for our channels, so it's going to be wild, man.
You might see BeastMasteR hit a blunt at my camp.
Hell yeah!
Who knows?
I think we can make that happen. That's what's up.
We can make a lot of shit happen, bro.
Yep.
It's a gathering of dreams.
It's going to be awesome. Like I looked at the timeline, and you ever read like Family Circus cartoons?
Yeah,
where the kid,
dude.
The kid walks around and leaves a little dotted trail behind him, and he's jumping over the under things and going around the corner. Well, I did a little dotted line on the timeline. Like I started at the first thing I wanted to do on Wednesday, and I underlined it. And then I saw the next thing I wanted to do was on a different timeline. So I went down, and then I underlined it. And then I was like, oh, the next thing I want to do is like up here, underlined it. So I got this line. It's like, and then I did that on all days. So I know exactly all the things I want to do. And then I even did this. for each stage, right? You got the Shadowland stage, you got the main stage, right? I saw the underlines and I just added up the time for all the things I want to do. And it was like, oh my God, like I'm going to be spending like 16 hours at main stage, 8 hours at this stage, and 7 hours on this fucking, it all split up, but I know exactly how long I'm spending at each fucking location already.
Well, that's good because I don't like,
I do.
My shit's going to be going whatever sounds good at the time.
I know. You know what? All my plans are going to go to shit. I just know, like,
day
the things I
two,
want to see. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Day 2 is where I'm really heavily interested in the lineup, and I'll be attending shows. Outside of that, like, besides Final Night for the Clowns, and I'm going to be definitely there for Hex and Ouija on night 3.
Oh yeah.
Hard. Other than that, bro, I'm gathering. LSP is the only thing that I'm really giving a fuck about night 1.
Right on.
Other than that, night 2, you can catch me in front of fucking main stage somewhere. The rest of the time, if the Clowns aren't playing or Ouija and Hex are not playing, I'm gathering. I'm going to parties. I'm doing whatever the fuck.
Yeah, I mean, there was obviously like no brainers, right? Anytime ICP is on the timeline, that's pretty much underlined, and then there's a few things I'm really looking forward to.
I will be at every Clockwork E show that they've got going on because those are the homies.
And as far as parking lot, maybe I don't know everything that's going on, but if you have any knowledge or if there's any promotion, I'm just saying, if there's any promotion for parking lot parties or things that you know of, send it to me because I'll include it in my video on the 30th, and I'll include it and promote it because that video will. I would like to try to include everything I know that's happening. So I know there's some things that are still yet to be doled out as far as announcements, like the reject stage. I only know a couple of performers. I know there's got to be more.
I hope so.
Are they going to announce that ahead of time, or what's good?
I see it on I see the reject stage advertised on Facebook.
Let me just say this: I know it's already full because I know someone who tried to get a spot and they didn't get it because it's full.
Who's that? Humble?
No, someone else. But I don't want to call them out because they're sad they didn't get a spot. But I'm just saying, like, I know it's full, so that's awesome.
I'm definitely going to check their all the shit that they've got going on as the nights progress.
Yeah,
because they're going to have somebody on here that's really going to catch my eye. I'm like, damn, I never even fucking knew who you were, bro. So I'm going to be checking them out for sure each night at some point.
The fact that there's like a stage that I don't even know what's happening yet, that's going to ruin all my good plans, and especially just life happens, and at the gathering I miss shit all the time. It's just I see the timeline, and maybe other people aren't excited about it, but I actually am. Like, this year's got a lot going on, and just a lot of things I'm interested in, and a lot of homies performing too. Shout out to Wicked Wood. At the main stage. There's some people performing this year that I'm rooting for, but there's a lot of names I never heard of too, and that's fine. I'm not mad. Because I don't know everybody.
That's one of those things too. It's like I personally feel, with a biased opinion, like my homies should have got a spot. Clockwork E should have got a spot. There were some other people that should have got a spot, but even the fact that they didn't, it's okay. Maybe not to you at the time, but it gives more opportunity for the people that didn't make it to still gather. Like, that's the whole fucking point of us showing up at the end of July or early August, is we're spending time together. You know what I mean? Like, whether you're doing a show or not, you got gathering time.
There are people that probably, I mean, look, I'm not saying that it makes a career, but it's a great opportunity to perform at the gathering. And if you, if you connect with juggalos, you could build a fan base instantaneously.
And that's why I was kind of disappointed.
Fans, it's dope. I can't wait to check people out that I haven't seen before. Like, I'm actually pretty excited to, to discover new music, because if you win me over live, then you got
me.
Yeah, that's how it is. And if you don't win me over live, it might be hard to get me. Yeah, you know what I mean? I may not even bother listening to new music coming out because there's a lot of music coming out. It's hard to keep up, you know. I was sleeping on Ouija Mac. I mean, I was listening to his releases, his singles, but I didn't actually listen to every album. And you know, once I did, I realized like, oh shit. Like now I understand why every time he performs, it's fucking wild. Everybody,
dude.
Like he's got a sound, man, and it's fucking fire. And shout out to Devereaux, man. Devereaux's is bringing fire. You know, his beats are incredible. So a lot of times I could tell you like, hey, you know, the beat's fire, but I'm not really feeling the rap. Like Ouija Mac is all over the place. Like his flow and his wordplay, you know, it took me a minute. It had to grow on me.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be real about that. Like I wasn't exactly feeling it, but I respected it. You know, I almost felt like, hey, if Juggalos are gonna have like this style of music, like Ouija Mac's, I guess doing it right. Like if you like this,
right?
You know, but damn, like everything he's done, like even the Death Plus fucking mixtapes are incredible. I listened to all of them like 3 times in a row because I'm psycho like that, you know. And I was like, holy shit, it's over. They're short, you know. You listen to them, and all of a sudden it's back to the first one. And then I heard the first one again. I'm like, damn, this is like the best one. Let me hear the rest of them again. And then it came back to the first one. I'm like, the first one the third time. I'm like, yeah, this is the best one. And then, you know, before you know it, I'm listening to them 3 times. Like,
well, we're Juggalos, bro. We don't absorb everything on the first take. We got to listen to it like 5,000 times before we like ingrain it in our memory.
Yeah. So props to these guys for making this infectious music that I'm enjoying. It's the new soundtrack to my life in the 20s, you know. It's fucking dope.
Oh, I think it's great in 2022 because like at work, management position that I own, dude, I subject everybody to psychopathic. Like that's what's playing on the Bluetooth speaker behind my fucking desk and shit. Dude. And bro, like I literally had a fucking lady tell me today, she's like, whatever music is playing right now is like vulgar and they're saying they're going to kill people. I look at her and I was like, you're in here for 5 minutes. I'm here for all day. So get over it.
Dude, that's hilarious. I'm such a space cadet that I like start to tell you a story and I don't even give you the punchline. Remember when I told you I went to the dispensary the other day and I was talking about Ouija Mac and everything? Like, I wasn't just like telling you that because I'm like talking up Ouija Mac, and I had a reason to tell that story, and I forgot the punchline is the kid that was behind me in line who came into the store once someone else left, you know, because they're only letting in certain people.
Right.
He just kind of walks in and overhears the conversation as the guy's scooping my flour. Remember I was telling you that?
Right.
And I'm like, dude, this show was great. I mean, it was such a small show, but they actually killed it, and they're going to be well received as they go down to California, you know. So the kid that's standing there next to me, he's like, "Oh, who's this?
Oh, like, cool.
Who are you talking about?" And I was like, Ouija Mac. I'm like, I'd show you my back, but I don't even think you can read this. Like, I'm like, I can't even read that. I think it says Ouija Mac in death metal language. Like, but I told him, I'm like, you know, like a Ouija board, Ouija Mac, like, yeah, chapter 17. I said this to this kid, and he said that, you know, he must be like 20 years old or so. How old you got to be to go into a dispensary? 18?
Depending on what state. I don't
regardless,
know. It's 18 with the card.
This kid was young, and he was like, Ouija Mac. He's like, yeah, I've been looking for some new music. I've been wanting to find some new music to listen to, and I literally like got him to write Ouija Mac on his phone. And I wasn't trying to sell this kid. He was eavesdropping on my small talk with the dude, right? And so I just laughed because I'm like, wow, I just got Ouija Mac a new listener like by accident, and then here's the punchline. Like, this wouldn't even be worth telling y'all, except he goes to the next dispensary worker and says something to the effect of, yeah, so I'm buying like an eighth for one friend, and I'm going to buy another eighth for another friend. And then the 2 guys working there were like, you can't walk into a dispensary and say you're going to buy something for someone else. It's like going into a liquor store and saying you're buying alcohol for a minor. Yep. I'm sorry, I can't sell you anything now. You got to go tonight. You got to come back tomorrow. It's the rule. Like it was this whole big thing, and it was like interrupting my purchase. They got, and so
shout out to marijuana laws. They're fucking AIDS.
all right, I'm just saying, man. Like this kid was all geeked about Ouija Mac, and then he put his foot in his mouth.
Sucks.
Rookie mistake, you know what I mean? Like he didn't know what he was doing. Like he's so young. He's probably his first time buying weed for his younger sister or something. Like I don't know what the hell's going on.
Explain that one when you go home. I fucked up.
Like, just think about it. All his friends, right? All those high school kids that sent the one guy that was old enough or had the fake ID, right? He goes in, his job is to get the weed. He comes back and he's like, they're like, did you get the weed? And he's like, no, but I heard about this new rapper, Ouija Mac.
But if we're being real though, he probably went to the dispensary down the street and didn't do the same thing and got his weed.
Yeah, no, there's like a dozen more, all within a 10-minute driving radius.
Oh, that sounds like my area, dude.
Yeah, I mean, but it was funny the way that all just happened to me while I was just waiting patiently for my shit, and yeah, and I laughed to myself all the way home about that because I'm so excited about Ouija Mac. When the dude asked me how my weekend's going, I'm like, let me tell him about Ouija Mac. And then this
yeah,
like, oh, who is it? And I'm like, it's Ouija Mac. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm a walking billboard for Ouija Mac today. Like, I can't wait to tell everyone about this show on my show. And yeah, so I'm telling y'all, chapter 17 all day.
Yeah, hell yeah, chapter 17
West
will make
Coast
you
wicked shit all day.
Yeah,
it's all good.
God damn it, chapter 17 is supposed to get us weed, not deny us.
Mm.
So don't be a mark and tell everybody that you're buying for your homies. That's the lesson to be learned right now.
When he said it, like they just said back to him, like, you can't say that. You just can't like say that, like you.
And this was fucked up because like I live here in Oklahoma and I'm not going to like point out any dispensaries because I can do what I do. But like, I know dispensaries down here that you can walk in with a friend and literally your friend can point out shit and then that person buy for them and they don't even fucking question you.
Right.
So that's disheartening to hear because like medical marijuana is it's a healing thing versus a getting high thing.
A same interaction just the other day, like literally the other person that came in behind me, this chick, she was a little pushy. Like she didn't even realize that she had to wait her turn. Like guy was dealing with me. I hadn't even gotten my receipt yet. You know what I mean? But she comes right in and she's like, I need this, da, da, da. And he's like, oh, I'm going to need you to see your ID. And she was like, I was just here yesterday.
Yeah, like, but it's all of our fucking jobs at stake.
I know. And he's like, it doesn't matter. Every time you walk in here, everyone has to just show their ID. It's what we do. It's part of protocol. Like next time you come in, like, and he's basically just trying to tell her, chill the fuck out. Like next time you come in, don't give a shit because they probably get this every day, but every other person.
Oh,
I've learned my lesson. I showed up and, after a while, like I'm overwhelmed by all the choices. Like before I was feeling stupid. I'm like, now I have a better idea. I at least know how to read their little fucking sticker.
Yeah.
And I know
it's not brickweed that you get from that guy down the street. Now there's shit with names and you got to go pick out whatever the fuck you want. You got to act professional about it.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to good old days of like fighting over the fucking corner of the so like I remember like we used to get Reggie and it was obviously brickweed back before like it really kicked off. Everybody fought over the fucking corners of the ounce. Like you could tell where it came off a fucking like a pound or an ounce brick. And like that's everybody fought over the fucking corners because it always broke out like super fat.
That's funny.
Like gone of those days, dude. Now you just fight over, well, I got purple whatever the fuck. And I've got white widow, whatever the fuck. And then you have a 25-minute conversation of what dispensary is better. And it's all the same weed.
Yeah, we didn't have choices like that. We, beggars could not be choosers. And I was lucky enough to, my best friend was like a stoner early on. Like he started smoking pot, I think in like 5th or 6th grade and recess in the playground. And like, so I didn't really start smoking pot till like I was 16. But when I did, he was like already kind of an expert. So he knew how to roll joints. He was so good at rolling a fatty, you know. So it was like I basically got a job delivering pizzas when I was a senior in high school.
Cool.
And my best friend would just ride shotgun, and he would smoke me up. You know,
oh, that's fucking awesome, dude.
I mean, he would buy ounces and
Shout out
just,
to that
you know,
ninja.
I would, like, let's put it this way: I've never once charged him gas money, but I've driven him to 100 concerts. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
But he's never once charged me money, and he's always smoked all his weed with me. So I kind of been like blessed, like just to be smoked up by my homie. You know what I mean? Like,
well, cool, man.
And when he moved to Florida and I went to college, that's what made it so special, like reuniting at the gathering of the Juggalos, right? Because I'd known him since kindergarten, and he introduced me to ICP. And, you know, so now getting to fucking party Dark Lotus performances, ICP seminars, wiling out, face paint, kind of like the first time we ever face painted up and partied together. And it's
That's
at
cool.
the gathering. So it was
That's
like
fresh.
acceptable. But like he was in Florida, like working out. He was a roofer, you know, going to hardcore shows. So he was like mosh pitting, Sadiqers, fucking hardcore shit. You know what I mean?
Cool.
And then he introduced his friends to ICP shit. Forget about it. In Southwest Florida, like they were going to Janice Landings and going to Gandy Beach and just having a great time. And they were painting up. And I would fly down to Florida, and I would go to ICP shows in Florida visiting.
That's cool, man.
Like I just flew down there to go see Blaze Your Dead Homies Tombstone Territory in like 2006,
oh, cool.
You know, and then I saw it up here, or I saw it up in the East Coast in Worcester, like, you know, because that's just my thing, man. I'm a concert junkie. And once you know people in other places of the country, you can go there. Going out of state for concerts became very normal to me very early on. You know,
that's cool, man.
Especially since I saw Rage Against the Machine in Norway when I was like fucking 15 years old. Like,
that's
so,
super fresh, dude.
Yeah, man. Like gatherings are the best. You got to go to at least one of them. And I would say that, you know, ICP is getting on in their age. And I mean, I'm just saying, like, let's get it while the getting is good, because it's 665. And, you know, and I'm going to play devil's advocate and say they're not going to announce anything about the next Joker's card yet, because we haven't gotten all the seeds of Yum Yum yet.
Yeah, that's true.
Like it's 2020. Fred Fury came out in what, 2019?
Yep.
So I'm just saying, like, I think we got another year.
Was it 2019 or was it 2017? It was like, it was in that period. I'm a Jeff.
Well, look, let's look at it this way. 2017 is when the Juggalo March went down, right?
That's true.
When Fearless Fred Fury came out, they got that song Seriously Hilarious, reflecting back on that. It was 2019.
Let's see.
They got that list of invites. They turned into a hit list.
Yeah, 2019, February 15th.
Yum Yum.
So you're right.
Yum Yum just dropped on Halloween. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It just dropped on Halloween. Like we're in the era of Yum Yum right now. I don't think they're going to give us anything about the 6th this year, because they delayed the second seed of Yum Yum. I bet next year is when we start talking about the 2nd, 6th. Although it's not too early to start, you know, hyping that up. It's just I don't think we're going to get that this year. That's my speculation. I hope I'm wrong. How about that? I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, because I think there's something else. Like there's so many other things it could be, but that's obviously on people's minds. So I would, if they did come out and say something about the 2nd, 6th, that would be the best case scenario, and I would be psyched, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not holding my breath for that, just because of you know, we're still within a year of the drop of Yum Yum Bedlam, you know.
Right. That's a fair point of view that I've never even considered yet.
Like there's a couple of years in between each Joker's card. Like, you know, when they were doing Marvelous Missing Link, they put out one and then the other and then the outtakes, and then they finished off with like that Phantom EP And all that music is under the era of Missing Link. And so Yum Yum has albums or EPs, short albums yet to come out that are part of this era. And I don't think ICP is gonna jump into the next 6 unless that is what it is like a teasing like announcement of an announcement, like, hey, we're gonna let you know that the next 6 is gonna drop next Halloween. But we all damn well know it won't happen.
Right.
I'm just saying, like, how many? Like, come on, that's the thing.
It's a Christmas album now.
Yum Yum Bedlam was supposed to drop the Christmas before, right? Like, come on, who cares? Like, they're gonna say one thing that whatever happens is what's gonna happen. But I do hope they announce something fresh, like, or that they have something new for us. Like, when they announce things like Looney Goons, you get excited for that. When they announce things like supervillains, you get excited. Sometimes you get it, dude. And even when you get it, it falls apart. Or sometimes they announce something and it just takes a half a decade to happen, like Wizard of the Hood Live or like Legs Diamond and the Purple Gang. And, you get something and it's not what you thought it was going to be and you don't like it as much as you wanted it to.
Who knows,
it's
man?
all good. Like, I can't wait to see Legs Diamond. Whatever he does is going to be fucking fun because he's a great performer. He's another OG. So it sucks that he's doing it exactly at the same time as the Morton's List seminar. I have some issues with conflicting things. Yeah, I don't know.
Bro, I already know.
So it's all about in the moment. What I can find the strength to. I can't tear myself away from one thing. I don't know. It's going to be tough making decisions. I suppose I can try and hit up Morton's List and then bounce early and go catch the second half of Legs Diamond, that kind of thing. Or
there's going to be definitely some couple of things that I show up to this year that I'm like, I'm at halfway through. I'm going to go bounce.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are conflicted about wrestling and Esham.
Yep, me too. I'm one of those people.
Fans are also Esham fans. And for me, it's kind of an easy decision. But that's just because I'm way less passionate about wrestling as I am about music. And I want to see Esham. I want to see what he does this year after PsyOps. And I thought his set last year was great, or last time was great. Was it last year? Esham is great live. So just don't miss that. That's all. Just don't miss Esham live.
I think I'm going to be one of those ninjas that's going to be at JCW. I just don't know.
That's fine. But don't miss Esham live. You got to find a way to be in 2 places at once, man. Or you just got to watch the footage I get on my channel.
There you go. I'll just watch your footage, bro.
Yeah, because I'm going to be filming it. That's what I do.
That's right. That's what you do.
And you know what? Anyone else that films stuff that I miss, I'm going to be relying on them to catch that experience. So that is kind of why I like how the Juggalo community is so good about filming stuff and uploading it. And sometimes you can get different camera angles on the same fucking performance because different people have uploaded it. I know I'm not the only one doing it. So
I know that
I follow a lot of Juggalo YouTubers like that post their concert footage. And so there's a few channels out there that are great. There's that JT Clark's what's the other one? Well, there's a few, and they upload all the footage they get their hands on. Drunken Ninja Mast.
Yes.
Always uploading all of the ICP cameos and just anything, footage. I love those channels. Those are OG channels, They're not YouTubers in the sense of video bloggers, but they've been posting Juggalo content. And I'm a big fan of that.
Right on, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be good times. It's going to be good times.
Well, I can't wait to see you, dude.
Yeah, it'll be great. I'm definitely coming to the campsite. Absolutely. And again, everyone watching, come to the podcasting event.
Yep.
I guess I can say that's the only place I'm guaranteed to be because, who knows? Maybe my golf cart will get a flat tire, or maybe I'll be stuck in a hotel bathroom and I can't get out, or maybe I dehydrated and I got to go, get a free tattoo, or
maybe you flipped your golf cart into your hotel bathroom because you were dehydrated.
Right? You know, maybe I got kidnapped by these juggalos, and they're like, we gotta introduce you to someone, and I just run off, you know, and then all of a sudden I'm gone again. Like, I'm gonna be everywhere. I'm gonna be running around. It's gonna be awesome. I seriously have the best time of my life at gatherings. You know, so it's a bit of a sacrifice. You know, you save up for it, you take time for it, and this
yeah,
year,
then you don't get to do everything you wanted.
no,
Isn't that a bummer?
do everything. I'm not even tripping, but like, there's so many things I wish I could do, and realistically, this is also my vacation, so I'm not really going to put myself out. But it's actually an awesome opportunity because I feel like all the attention that we drum up on Carnival Spirits, like, I'm very recognizable. So when I see ninjas at the gathering, they recognize me quickly. I say hi to a million people. I try to get pictures with everyone that's cool with me because I can't remember everyone's names and stuff. And I know that's a cliche, but it sucks when you know too many people. And I'm getting better because once I meet someone 2-3 times, man, like, it's over. Like, you know, juggalos are the shit. And and really the gathering is the ultimate. So the performances are kind of the background noise, and it kind of does suck if you want to see too much, and then you miss out on things. But I never actually miss out on anything and am upset about it, because the reason I'm missing out on something is because I'm doing something even fresher. It's because I made the decision to do this dope thing versus that dope thing. It's like the worst, less of two evils, except, oh man, so much awesome things. How am I going to pick which awesome thing to do? It's like such a bad problem to have, for real. Like, it's so fucking funny. Like, you walk around, you could blindfold yourself, spin, and walk in a direction, and actually
you're having a good time
across a fresh situation. It's so cool.
Yep.
But yeah, I might get off my soapbox. I don't know. How you feeling, Stoney? I mean, are you hanging with me, or are you feeling ready to wrap this up? Because I think feel like we did the job, you know. And
we did the job, man. Yeah. And it's rolling upon 1:30 my time.
Okay, you know, I mean, I'm down to go to the top of the hour, or we could wrap this up in 5 minutes and call it.
Let's do that. Let's do that.
Because I think I actually started on the half hour,
yes,
so that's perfect. Oh, that's going to be an even 4 hours. Happy, perfect.
Yep,
that's dope. All right, well, I guess what I'll do is I'll just I'll spin my magic wheel. I always play a song at the end of my show, from a wheel.
From a wheel?
Yeah, I got a wheel.
Oh, you spin the wheel on your channel?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, check it out. I'll just pull the wheel up real quick. See here, share screen, Chrome tab, wheel picker. All right. Can we see this?
Yep.
I guess this is a list of all the music I've made, and it's like 56 songs total. When I was doing the BeastMasteR show, I started playing one song at the end of my show, and I'd spin the wheel to find out which song it is. And then, so this is episode 50. Okay. And I had 56 songs on the wheel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 songs left on the wheel. There is one song, I guess, I don't know, maybe I played 2. I guess I'm off by 1, but this is how we do it. I just randomly.
You get what you get, and don't throw a fit.
What's it gonna be? Fuck.
Ooh, take your bets.
Oh, fuck yes. This is awesome. Fuck yeah. Necro Fresh. All right, I got to tell you guys about this song. This is great. So Necro Fresh was Twiz's song. Twiz is one of my best friends who unfortunately was taken from us too soon, like that 2009. Sucks. And so before we lost Twiz, we were rapping together, making music together. He's an old school juggalo like me, but, you know, we kind of linked up, and for a couple of years, you know, we were just like fast friends. And like I said, we were making music and stuff. So long story short, Twiz had a song idea called Necrofresh. And
Cool.
it's all about necrophilia. It's obviously heavily influenced by like
Fucking dead bodies.
It's
fun.
on some old school juggalo shit, you know. And he wanted you know, his homies on the track. We made the track. I'm gonna pull the track up and play it for y'all. I'm proud of this song because it's like so juggalo, you know what I mean? It's fucking awesome. I think his cousin made the beat, and when we did this song live, it was great because our girlfriends came up to the microphone, and there was a part in the song where we're say like I don't know, I was rhyming something with pink socks, and then and then I had in the song a part where I go, "That's hot," you know, because I guess back then that was like a catchphrase from
That
like,
was Paris Hilton put that
Paris
on.
Hilton, yes, yeah, that's hot. So in the song, when I say something pink socks, and then they go, "That's hot," we had our girlfriends come up and do that part in the microphone, you know.
Dope.
So it was like, that was really fun when we did that song live. Everyone was hyped for necrophilia apparently in the juggalo scene, and so Twiz really tapped into that with this, and it's a really fun. It's so inappropriate, but it's awesome, you know. So let me pull up Necrofresh. It was so popular that we ended up making a Christmas version sequel to it called Necro Xmas. Really.
I mean, what's better than fucking the dead body on Christmas, dude?
We've already heard Necro Xmas on the BeastMaster show, and that was last year on the Christmas episode.
That's fresh.
All right, so if I type in BeastMaster Necrofresh, it should come right up. And if not, I guess I got to find the playlist. I guess I'll have to find the playlist. All right. Means I got to log into my account. That's okay.
Just a little bit of internet finagling.
Yeah, it's worth the wait. And we got 1 minute until it doesn't matter. We can go over the time here. It'll be worth the wait. I'm proud as fuck of this song, actually. And, you know, it's funny that it took this long for it to finally hit on the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like it was meant to be.
Yep.
You know, you were talking about a Family Underground earlier. Twiz and I are both in the Family Underground. He's way more noticeable than I am. There's actually a scene where he's walking with a cane on the Green Hill, and other homies on screen too. Wayne the Pain, Lariah, and Twiz is walking with a cane on the Green Hill as the camera's going by. And that scene is in a Family Underground. It was used in promo for a Family Underground. It was used in so many things. It might even be in Juggalo Island. You know, that scene is in Juggalo Island. So Twiz is all over that shit. And that's cool. Really special because, like, you know, when he passed away, like, it's fallen ninjas, man. You know what I mean? Forever in our hearts. Yep. And the music we made is just some of the best memories of my life with Juggalo homies. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Just really the shit. So shout out to Twiz and shout out to everybody who knows just how fucking fresh he was. Like, it's always the best that are taken too soon. It really is true.
That's true.
Incredible fucking person, and one of those juggalos that people were drawn to. He was like the glue,
right,
of a lot of friendships. But let's see here. He was also very demented in his rhymes. Like his fucking shit was awesome. And Necrofresh, where are you?
That's the missing link right now.
I know. My link is missing. I got a playlist where it's all my music's in it. Where are you at? All right, I tell you what. We'll do it this way.
It's in your browsing history next to your Pornhub previously watched videos.
I know. Someone said that. They were like, we can see Pornhub in the reflection of your glasses. I'm like, I don't think so. That'd be funny. That'd be funny. All right. Here we go. I got a playlist right here with all the BeastMasteR shit. That's how we do it. I got to take away the wheel. All right, we're there. We're almost there. Share screen, Chrome tab. Which one is it? It's this one. All right, the moment we've all been waiting for. Yeah, okay, here's the playlist. Let's see. What's the hoods? Here it is. Without further ado, this is Necro Fresh as it appears on the Hightown Records Sick Mix Volume 5 mixtape. We put out like fucking 8 mixtapes in 1 year. I did all the graphic design for the album covers, tracks on everyone. Yeah, this was good times, man. All right, here we go.
Necrophilia's fresh. It's fresh. Check it out, you ready? I'm a psychopath, yo, you must be crazy. Step into the twins, cause you're missing your lady. She ain't doing good lately, and if you want her back, here's directions to the ditch and a shovel. You can dig up that bitch when I fuck that rotten corpse. She left warts on my dick and nuts on my funk. It's not my fault, the worm told me to. He says, fuck her when they're fresh with a tint of blue. So now I do as he says. Fucking rotten corpses is part of my biz. It's addiction, much worse than crack. If that bitch is down, fucking tapping that. I can't help myself. 5 rotten bitches a day brings good health. Now I'm relaxing, chilling on my couch till the next day. When it begins again, I find a fresh one when they nice and new. And when you die, bitch, baby, I'm fucking you. Necrophilia's fresh as fuck when they're nice and new with a tint of blue. Fucking rotten corpses is what we do. Don't play a hate on us unless you tried it too. Necrophilia's fresh as fuck when they're nice and new with a tint of blue. Fucking rotten corpses is what we do. Don't play a hate on us unless you tried it too. Necrophilia's fresh as fuck when they're nice and new with a tint of blue. Fucking corpses knew what I was gonna do before I left the house with the shovel and loot. I got mad trust issues, nobody trusts me. Most girls think I'm a creep, so I must be digging up graves under the moonlight, looking for celebrities cut down in their crime. I skim my hatchback off the beaten path, alligator rally looking for a dead tourist. Little cutie corpses, lost girls gone wild. Girls pop a squad in the swamp, all their lips torn off. If nothing wrong with the box, turn them out. Big socks, fuck again and don't stop. Post-mortem reflexes and sex. That's hot. Fucking in the dead talk, something about my cock. BeastMasteR rattling bones, cause that would get me up. Got him in the back of the whip, pop the trunk. Talk about motherfucking funk. Dead Humpty Hump, too many bodies. Not enough time, out of my mind. And of course your corpse is on my mind. Yeah, necrophilia's fresh as fuck when they're nice and new with a tint of blue. Fucking rotten corpses is what we do. Don't play a hate on us unless you tried it too. Necrophilia's fresh as fuck when they're nice and new with a tint of blue. Fucking rotten corpses is what we do. Don't play a hate on us unless you try it too.
Verse 2.
Now it's the next day, and I'm on the hunt. I won't front, I need a dead bitch, fuck a live cunt. And fuck a cemetery, cause I chill at the morgue where they be nice and fresh and stiff as a board. A fresh selection, smorgasbord, that's when it's best. No time for rest, still soft. When I fiddle those breasts, it's fucking fresh. And if you think I'm sick, well, you're fucking right. I'm a fucking psycho of the night that's afraid of sunlight. Time's running out for my making, cause dawn is breaking and I'm shaking. Brain is scrambled, eggs and bacon. One more corpse for my taking. Necrophilia is addicted, so back to the house. But what else is new? Like I said, the fucking best when they're necrophilia's fresh as fuck when they're nice and new with a tint of blue. Fucking
Fucking rotting corpses is what we do. Don't play a hate on us unless you tried it too. Necrophilia's fresh as fuck when they nice and new with a tint of blue. Fucking rotting corpses is what we do. Don't play a hate on us unless you tried it too.
Yo, shout out to everybody who used to rock this with us back in the day. This was fun when we went live. I used to do shows. Oops. All right, stop. Gotcha. I used to do a whole bunch of shows on the East Coast with the Murder Massachusetts Juggalo scene, and it was wild, man. It was a wild time. Just a whole lot.
That shit sounds wild.
Oh man, just imagine like Juggalos fucking mosh pitting to that, loving that song. Oh, that was one of our hits. Like, like everyone knows me for like Dear Joe and Joey, Just a Ninja, We Throw Fago, but that was a local hit. Like everyone fucking got way more hype for Necrofresh than they did for any other song that I wrote and performed, except for Just a Ninja and We Throw Fago. Those are bangers.
Right.
But yeah, so. But really, Necrofresh was like right up there, crowd pleaser style, and that's all Twiz, man. I did not come up with that concept. I was like, all right, I'm down. I got a 16 for you, and I apologize to Wayne the Pain because there is a version with him on it, but you know how it goes when people make different versions of songs. This one went out on this mixtape, and it's the one I had access to. But there is a version with Wayne the Pain, and it's dope. And we'll make sure to play that on the show. I mean, I hope to have Wayne the Pain as a guest on the show in the future. So that's when we'll hear that. We'll listen to some old cuts because I used to make music with these guys.
That's cool.
My teeth with it, and and I would trade like graphic design and studio time for these guys in trade for performance time, time slots. So, like I could do mixtape and album cover stuff, and they could book me on shows.
There you go.
I get to go and open up for people, and I get to perform and and suck live and learn from it. You know what I mean? Like you got to learn. You got to go out there and fucking try it.
Do it.
And I did it for 2 years. It was so fun. It was so fucking fun. But sometimes people burn out. I mean, obviously only if the strong survive. And today there's a few OGs now. Like I would call them OGs. Like it's like 20 years in the game. Like juggalos that have been like juggalos like low key. You know what I mean? Like look at Wood. Even Free Will. Like I heard them talking on Toxic Plague Entertainment, talking about being young, like 12-year-olds at their first gatherings. And
oh yeah,
like that's incredible. I love that fucking story. And that just makes me want to see them perform even more, like as a juggalo, because I didn't know that about them. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, Free Will's pretty tight. I actually had the opportunity to kick it with them quite a bit last year.
Hell yeah. Well, hey, we're going to wrap this up. Thank you again, Smokey Gathering Network. Links down in the description. Go click them, sub it up, ring the bells.
Yep, do that shit.
Give me all the thumbs on this video, like it, share it, all that shit. And I'll see you next weekend at the regular BeastMasteR time and place, which is Saturday night. And again, I apologize to TPE because it seems like they do Saturday night as well. And I can't help it. It's the only time. I mean, it's not the only time because I'm doing it now, but I really would prefer to do it Saturday. It's the most.
We all like to try to work around. I think it's a YouTube thing. We all try to work like not step on toes and work around other people's schedules.
And that's why I feel like if there's any hard feelings, like I come out of nowhere, just like live streaming while you're doing it. I already said it last week. I'll say it again, and I'll say it next week. If you got to choose between us, go with them because I don't mind you watch me on the replay or don't watch me. Like I'm just doing this as my hobby. They got a whole thing. You said you were on staff like this. I don't have a staff. Okay. I'm a one-man show. I do everything myself and I like collaborating. So it's fun to do this video with you and, cross promote.
For sure, dude.
Now it's going to be fun to gather with you. And so everybody else, like you guys are watching, you guys are actually going to be at the gathering with us. So it's going to be a whole nother thing, You know, that podcasting event is
Gonna be lit.
open door policy. Everyone's invited. So I can't beg you guys to come. I'm not going to bend your arm, but I would recommend coming because it's going to be something to attend. It's going to be something to happen. And I'm just glad it's happening early on the first day. Get it over with. So
yeah, no shit, dude.
I can just, after that, I'm going to relax. Like I might have a little bit of anxiety before it because I'm not gonna front like doing these videos and what I'm doing. Maybe there's a little pressure to deliver, and so I got things planned, and but that's all. I bring that on myself, like you know what I mean.
Nothing a little blunt won't solve before you go on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean I'm not going to be there for like 5 days prior, but I am going to be there early, and I'm going to be able to parking lot party. I'm not going to stay up super late the night before, but I'm going to be out there. You'll see me before Wednesday. You will.
We're going to be like I said, we're going to be in the parking lot by the 29th. So whenever you get in the parking lot, just come find us.
You'll see me on Tuesday. You'll see me on Tuesday. And I'm going to run around and say hello to as many people as possible. I'm going to let everybody know to come to the podcasting event. I'm going to be doing like a raffle or everyone take a number. I'll draw a random number. I'm going to give away a free shirt. That's my thing. I got free stickers and a couple free shirts. And I just want to get rid of all the shirts and stickers right there and have nothing else to give out the rest of the gathering. So that's why you should come if you want some of that swag.
Let a motherfucker gather, not have to fucking hustle his merch. So
yeah, and I'm also not like filming a documentary, so I won't be cameraing all the time. But I am aware that if people are filming stuff and they want to film with me, I'm game for that. And
I'll probably be one of those people for like a split second.
Yeah, I mean, I'm known to whip that camera out, and I'm more pointing it at the stages, and I'm capturing a lot of performances and stuff, and that's usually what I'm doing when I'm gathering. Right. Because I'm reserving my battery and my my memory for. Like, I don't want to run out of before it's showtime.
Something big happens, and you need to capture it.
I never really felt obligated to like capture anything. I just like capturing stuff that I'm interested in, and I like dumping it all on my channel, and then Juggalos enjoy it. So it's really just a hobby. But this year is a little bigger than that. I feel it's the Gathering of Dreams. The Carnival Spirits is on the timeline. I want to do it justice by actually, making it worth your while. So it's not going to be. It's going to be something to see, right? That the song on Yum Yum Bedlam, something to see, right? That's what it's all about. Come to the gathering. Don't fucking pussy out.
Yeah, don't be a pussy.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. You know what I mean? You can
it's
go
okay.
Like you can go next year. It's fine. And people are pissed. People get fucking, like salty. I know I do when I can't gather. Like it's kind of like a tough pill to swallow. And just because I've been to half the gatherings, like it means I've missed half the gatherings. I've been to as many gatherings as I fucking missed. So don't tell me about missing gatherings, okay? For every one I've been to, I've missed another one, and it fucking sucks missing them after you've been to one.
I think that's why we gather so early for so long, is because I'm trying to make up for that missed time.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Well, just don't go too hard that you can't make it the whole way. Because I've seen some people like partied out on Thursday.
Oh, that was me last year on day 3. Like I passed out like 7 o'clock in the van and missed everything else the rest of the night. And then I woke up like halfway home. I looked at my buddy and he's fucking driving, bro. And I'm like, where are we at? He's like, we already left the gathering and shit, and we're like halfway home. I'm like, fuck. So don't be like me last year.
Yeah, you got to kind of learn the hard way. There's definitely a lot of life learning lesson experience opportunity at the gathering. Like it's awesome, guys. All right, look,
you're gonna be in the heat.
It's a whole thing about
hydrate, and you're gonna be good. If you hydrate, you're gonna be fucking good. Just hydrate.
I was talking to someone about the gathering. They were asking for advice, and I just started like listing off the things that I think about, and it's all like camping stuff. It's all like hygiene and food, and like you got to know where you're going to rest your head. You got to stay hydrated. Where you're going to shower. Like, I mean, there's just all these things. I wouldn't walk in those public showers without some sort of like boots or flip flops or what I mean. Like,
bro, the shower shoes are a thing, bro.
Right.
Don't ever
so
go in there
it's like
barefoot.
little things like that. Like you got to have baby powder. You got to have sunblock. Things that people take for granted. You take that shit for granted. You could be a roasted tomato and have a bad time if you stay out in the sun, tripping.
Sunscreen and water or some kind of like Pedialyte is going to help you tremendously at the gathering.
And I love this comment right here. Don't forget to bring a towel. Fucking funny. All right, we just keep going. I could keep going, but we'll wrap this up and just leave it at that. And I'll say this: if you are you're not free on the 30th, you're going to the gathering.
Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there 2 days or at least a day at that point.
I was going to invite you back to make an appearance, but I tell you what, I'll just see you at the gathering.
I'll be in contact though if I can get cell phone signal or whatever. Okay. Like we'll figure something out.
Oh, okay. So maybe on Sunday night, if I'm live, you want to chime in live from the gathering. That would be dope. Yeah.
Expect to see me super fucked up though.
That's okay. I mean, if you want to just like show us what's happening,
for sure, dude.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they're not playing any music that'll get me copyright fucked up. You know what I mean? Like,
I got you. I already know.
Like if it's underground, that's fine. But if someone's playing like Bob Dylan, like everybody must get stoned, that's going to get everything shut down. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Humble's already kind of talked to me about some of that, like doing live streaming or whatever from the parking lot. So I'm mindful of that too.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, I'm just saying, I'm welcoming it. If you want to give us a little window for a hot second, if there's if there's some music happening or if there's a party happening or an orgy happening or
bro, expect to see me in the middle of an orgy like a fucking no gas breaks fucking interview and be like, so how's that dick feel right now? Oh, well, it's look like it's going in your ass, so that's gotta hurt. So how's your orgy going? Like, yeah, I'll be that ninja.
It's a BeastMaster live with Darby O'Trill's Piecemeal album cover.
That's fucking fresh, dude.
All right, man. Smokey, thank you for joining me. We'll be in touch. Everybody else, you guys are awesome. I'm BeastMaster. Always remember to fuck the fuck off, and I'll see you next weekend on Saturday night, like we always are, with another special mystery guest and more bullshit. Procrastinating until the 30th for my gathering video. Like I could do it now. I could have done it before. I'm just waiting until the last weekend before we gather to do it for dramatic effect. And also because there could be more announcements. So that way it'll be everything, Maybe we'll learn what the question mark is. If anybody knows what the question mark performance is, leave it in the comments. What do you think? The fuck?
That's right.
Is it the Jerky Boys reunited?
Or it could be random juggalettes putting shit in their ass. Who knows?
Like it could be something underwhelming. It could be just like Little Easy E. Like, what's up? I haven't been around 3 years, but remember me? I performed at the March.
Right.
Maybe it's Light. It would be so cool if it was Light because of all that shit going on with Light. And then Light comes up and he's like, "Hey, it's all good." And we're like, "Yeah, it is. Woohoo!" I don't know. That's too optimistic.
Right on.
It's not Twisted though.
Yeah, Dark Lotus is not happening.
It's definitely not right. Oh, do you hear about that Riders? Sorry, I could keep going, but did you hear about that Riders thing?
Yes, I did.
All right, we'll talk about that next week, Juggalos. All right, good night, Smokey, and everyone else, peace the fuck out.